तुम्ही सुरू करू शकता सर. ओके.
Okay. So shall we begin?
Okay, sir.
With the permission of Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti, Dr. Joseph Dayag, Dr. Rajesh Yevle, Dr. R.T. Bedre sir, Dr. Navle sir, and our principal. So shall we begin the international conference, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please do start. It's already time.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
So very good morning and a warm welcome to all of you. This is Assistant Professor Sanjay Shende from Department of English, Sri Shivaji College, Rajura. And on the occasion
म्यूट झाले. म्यूट शेंडे सर म्यूट झाले.
सर हॅलो
शेंडे सर म्यूट झाले.
ओके सर. ओके
now it's okay, sir.
ओके.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay, so on the occasion of inaugural function of this international e-conference on problems and remedies of online teaching of language and literature in rural areas, organized by Sri Shivaji Art, Commerce, Science College, Rajura, I welcome all the esteemed speakers of this inaugural function and resource persons of the technical session of this international e-conference. I welcome similarly all the participants who have joined this e-conference from various countries. Actually, we have got a very overwhelming response from the participant. I must tell you that total 1,003 participants have registered for this international e-conference. 38 foreign participants and 965 native participants have registered for this e-conference. And we are really happy to have participation from different 7 countries, including Iraq, Indonesia, Nepal, Bangladesh, Oman, Philippines, and of course, India. So I really welcome all the participants, all the esteemed speakers, and all the guests, principal, vice principal, and the faculties of our college. From the bottom of my heart, I welcome all the native and foreign participants. Today we are privileged to have with us Honorable Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti Thirunagari, founder of Knowledge, Attitude, Skill Services, trainer, consultant, and ELT expert, and visiting professor in Oman, Turkey, Maldives, and India as our first resource person. We are happy to have with us Honorable Dr. Joseph Dayag, who is founder of Exceltro Education and Research Consultancy and faculty in St. Paul University, Philippines, as our second resource person for the technical session. To sum up the technical sessions, we have another scholar from India who is very familiar to us, Dr. Arvind Navle. He is working as head of the Department of English in Shivaji College, Udgir, which is affiliated to SRTM University, Nanded in Maharashtra. We are really delighted to have with us Professor Dr. R.T. Bedre sir, who is Director, HRDC UGC, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University, Madhya Pradesh, India, as a keynote speaker for this international e-conference. We have a very brief inaugural session, and we are privileged to have Dr. Rajesh Yevle, a resourceful scholar from CKT College, New Panvel, India, as the chairman of this inaugural session. So on behalf of Department of English, Sri Shivaji College, Rajura, I welcome all the speakers, participants, principals, researchers, academicians, teachers who are connected right now for this international e-conference. So to begin with the inaugural function, may I request Mr. S. Venkatramana, head of the Department of English of our college, to express introductory remarks on this occasion. Over to Mr. Venkatraman sir, head of the Department of English.
Thank you, Shende sir. Good morning and a warm welcome to all of you. I am Mr. Venkatramana, head of the department, Sri Shivaji College, Rajura, Chandrapur district, Maharashtra. Respected chairman of the inaugural session of this one-day international e-conference on problems and remedies of online teaching language and literature, Dr. Rajesh Yevle, head Department of English, CKT College, New Panvel, Autonomous, Mumbai University, Maharashtra. And keynote speaker, Professor Dr. R.T. Bedre, Director, UGC, HRDC, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh, India. Chairman of the technical session, Dr. Arvind Navle, Head Department of English, Sri Shivaji College, Udgir, SRTM University, Nanded. And today's resource persons, Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti Tirunagari, visiting professor in Oman, Turkey, Maldives, and India. And also second resource person, Dr. Joseph Dayak, faculty, St. Paul University, Philippines, and beloved principals of our college, Dr. S.M. Worker, and Dr. R.R. Kherani, Vice Principal, IQAC Coordinator, Dr. Mallesh Reddy, my colleague, Mr. S.N. Shende, Assistant Professor, and Technical Assistant Helper, Dr. Deshmukh Sir, and all other dignitaries and the participants from all over the country and from abroad. First of all, I would like to express thanks for joining this e-conference. The main objective of organizing this e-conference at this crisis that the entire world is facing an unexpected pandemic, COVID-19, and everybody is in a state of confusion about the future and its impact in all aspects of day-to-day activities, particularly in teaching and learning, as we all are related with it. Therefore, to address these issues and find out the proper solution, as we all know, change is the law of nature. Change is inevitable. There is a revolutionary change in the 21st century. This transition, of course, may have some problems, but definitely there are solutions. With this positive attitude, today's e-conference is also a new method which we are adapting. This pandemic compelled us to accept. I hope by welcoming newness and shifting from traditional mode to technical mode will certainly be useful in teaching and learning process. The main aim of this e-conference is to have an insight talk to find proper solutions which are likely to come through online teaching and learning at all levels in different areas in the entire globe. Hope it will definitely help with a positive outcome for the cause of education. As with the help of these resource scholars, we expect that definitely we will come out with a positive solution and we can push forward with more and more energetic with welcoming the newness. Once again, I welcome all of you. Thank you one and all. Over to Shinde sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now I request chief organizer of this event and the person who has motivated us to organize this international e-conference, our principal, Dr. S.M. Barkat sir, to deliver welcome address and officially welcome all the participants and speakers. So over to Dr. Barkat sir.
Thank you, Sende sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Proceed.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Audible.
Myself, Dr. S.M. Worker, principal of this Sri Shivaji Arts, Commerce and Science College. On this very auspicious occasion of International E-Conference on a very important burning topic, a current issue, we all gathered here, and I'm here to welcome you all. Actually, at the outset, let me thank all the participants for giving a huge response. More than 1,000 participants have been now participated in this international e-conference. Ours is a arts, commerce, and science, a traditional courses we are running in our college. Dear friends, at a block level, every year we enroll more than 3,000 students in our college. I'm very happy to share with you. We run arts, commerce, science, then at PG level, MA in English, in Marathi, political science, history, sociology, home economics, MCOM, MSc zoology, and one CHLR, Center for Higher Learning and Research in Political Science also we run in this course. At the same time, some professional courses like MBA, MSW, MLib, MJ, BLib, PJ, then computer courses we are running here. Today, I'm very happy to welcome you all. And in this international e-conference, all the persons we are invited from different parts of the countries, and many scholars, teachers, and students have been participated. On behalf of this college, I welcome you all. Today's chairman of this inaugural session, Dr. Rajesh Chevle, head of the Department of English, Changu Kana Thakur College, New Panvel, Mumbai University, Mumbai, and keynote speaker, my friend Dr. Raja Bhau Bedre, professor and director of UGC Human Resource Development Center, Guru Hari Singh Gaur University, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh. At the same time, today's resource person for our first technical session, Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti Tirunagari, and he is a founder of Knowledge, Attitude and Skill Services. He is a visiting professor in Oman, Turkey, Maldives, and India. Another renowned resource person for second technical session, Dr. Joseph Dayag, is the founder of Excel Pro Education and Research Consultancy and faculty at St. Paul University, Philippines. Dear friends, the people, the team, organizing team who have taken extraordinary effort, convener of this conference, head of the Department of English, Mr. S. Venkatramana, organizing secretary of this e-conference, Assistant Professor, Mr. S. N. Sende, our IQAC coordinator, Dr. Mallesh Reddy, our dynamic vice principal, Dr. Rajesh Kherani, all the members of IQAC of our college, dear participants. This e-conference on behalf of our college, as an organizer, I welcome you all. Dear friends, topic of today's international e-conference has direct relevance to all teaching fraternity. COVID-19 pandemic has created deep impact on all walks of life. Educational institutes of rural India are affected more than those located in urban areas. Majority of teachers use traditional pattern of teaching in rural parts, and recently, due to COVID, teachers are finding an option of online teaching or e-learning. In metropolitan cities in India and abroad, online teaching will be effective. But in rural area, our country, the condition of teaching is not only languages and literature, but for other subjects, it is also very difficult. Some of the technical, administrative, and financial problems which I have been facing every day: lack of basic technical skills, mechanical difficulties during the teaching, problem of operating mechanical equipment, crashing of system or server, system of fluctuation in electricity, crashing of system, slow internet, lack of suitable program installation, for example, graphics, animations, media, layer, etc., that we are facing every day. In majority of the colleges, we see lack of e-learning resources for all the classrooms. It's not affordable to rural area colleges. Full-time staff to monitor the electric equipment is not admissible by the government. In rural area, students have limited education background, and it's difficult for teachers to monitor the progress of their students. Though there are hundreds of challenges of online teaching or e-learning, what I feel is that present young generation must accept these challenges, and COVID-19, we have no option. Therefore, we should try our best to train ourselves to avail latest technology. As well said. Hello. As well said, need is the mother of invention. Hello. अरे आवाज बंद करा बघ. As well said, need is the mother of invention. We too shall create interest in online teaching. Hope in short span of time, we shall overcome this COVID-19 problem. Dear friends, as we have invited eminent scholars like Dr. Bedre, Dr. Evle, Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti, Dr. Joseph Dayad, Dr. Arvind Navle to discuss the select topic in detail. I will not take your more time. Once again, on behalf of my college, I welcome you all, and at the same time, I sincerely thank all of you for cooperating and participating in this e-conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing your ideas. And now it's time for inaugural address by our chairman, Dr. Rajesh Yevle. But before I call upon Dr. Rajesh Yevle, I will just briefly introduce him. Dr. Rajesh Yevle, sir, is working as the head of the Department of English in CKT College, New Panvel. It is autonomous college, and sir has a very good academic record. He has successfully completed 2 UGC-sponsored minor research projects. He has attended workshops, seminars, near about 55 national and international event of seminar conferences he has attended. 7 seminars and conferences Yevle sir has organized at the university level. Then he has organized state level 6 seminars and 3 international conferences also Yevle sir has organized. He has published 12 research articles in reputed national and international conferences. He has a very vast experience of working on various committees, especially in the University of Mumbai. He has been a member of committee of syllabus revision and a lot of committees he was there. One more thing which I need to specifically mention about Dr. Rajesh Yevle sir is that he received a gold medal award in Avishkar Research Convention, which was organized by University of Mumbai. So we have with us a very resourceful and scholarly personality, Dr. Rajesh Yevle, as the chairman of this inaugural function. So may I request Dr. Rajesh Yevle sir to deliver his brief presidential address. Over to Dr. Rajesh Yevle sir.
Just give me a few minutes.
Okay, sir.
I'm sharing my screen.
Okay.
1:30 हो गया अभी फ्री है
Is the screen visible to everybody?
Yes, sir, visible.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Good morning, everybody. It's my immense pleasure to be a part of this inaugural ceremony of one-day international e-conference on problems and remedies of online teaching of language and literature in rural areas, organized by Sri Shivaji Arts, Commerce and Science College, Rajura, District Chandrapur. And it's my pleasure to be a part of this international e-conference amongst the distinguished scholars and the eminent resource persons also. Amongst us, we have Honorable Professor Dr. R.T. Vedre, who is the Director of UGC HRDC, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University's Sagar MP, as well as we have Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti, Honorable Dr. Joseph Dayad, as well as Honorable Dr. Arvind Navle. At the same time, the loving and the inspirational principal of the college, Honorable Dr. S.M. Warkad, Mr. S. Venkateramana, convener of this international conference, as well as the Vice Principal, Honorable Dr. Rajesh Kherani of this college, and all the dear participants who have joined very actively and spontaneously in this one-day international conference. So I would like to share my ideas about the online teaching and learning. Now look at the situation. COVID-19 pandemic made us more online, more digital as compared to the past. The source is in China. Subsequently, it spread all over the world. As a result, the entire world has become a standstill, result being lockdown, its impact of the people in the society everywhere, on the teaching community, as well as on the industry, in academia, everywhere. At the same time, we realize that there is no hustle and bustle on the road because of this. Then we have life of restrictions and limitations. Our condition was during this COVID period, a bird in a cage or like a lion in a zoo. And we have one of the biggest invisible enemy called COVID-19 amongst us. And to tackle all this situation, we have again a change in the teaching learning process. We have traditional teaching versus smart teaching. Then the two words which are very popular during this COVID pandemic is offline versus online, or virtual versus actual, positive versus negative, connected versus disconnected. Look at the words, the terminologies, which are very important during this COVID pandemic 19. Then we have hard copy versus soft copy, hard work versus smart work, and real reading versus online reading. Now look at the popular expressions which have gained the immense significance during this COVID pandemic. Whenever we conduct any online workshop, conference, webinar, or any training programs, we have expressions like this: am I audible? Screen is visible or not visible? And the words like mute, unmute were hidden in the dictionary in the past, but now it has become the necessity of every time of our day-to-day life. So mute, unmute yourself. I'm sharing the screen. At the same time, there is a problem with internet connectivity. Then we have e-invitations, e-certificates, e-learning, e-content, e-quiz, e-webinars. All these things have become very, very essential and necessary because of this impact of technology and COVID-19. Let me share the next slide. Now look at the situation, actual versus virtual online teaching. Look at our traditional teaching. We as an English teachers, we most of the time believe in the habit of chalk and talk, where we take the chalk and we go to the classroom. Traditionally, we teach with the chalk and duster, face-to-face classroom teaching, physical classroom teaching, and we have been very comfortable in that particular situation or scenario, but the time had changed. And then we need to accept the change from physical to virtual, and from that virtual, we have to convert into actuality because of this pandemic. At the same time, there is a paradigm shift from offline teaching to online teaching. And I would like to quote very interesting example of Oliver Goldsmith's poem. The title is The Village School Master. And there we have one very impressive and interesting line saying, one small head could carry all he knew. But apart from this, we have arrival of Google Doctor. Now look, we as teachers, we as English teachers, before we go to the class, our students have accessibility to technology. Before they listen to a lecture, they simply go on to the website, they type, and then they first take the help of Google Doctor. So Google Doctor equally becomes important in this scenario of 21st century. Then we have all call, then we have technology assisted learning, computer assisted learning, then we have the concept of MAL also, which have been developed in order to make teachers digitally strong in days to come. Now, when we want to teach effectively in this online scenario, what we need to do is we have to make friendship with ICT, that is information communication technology, in the realm of English, as well as teaching English language to our students, as well as literature. We as an English teacher should be familiar with different softwares, different apps, which we can use to make our teaching more effective and more systematic, and which our students can appreciate in any part of the world. Then we have a lot of online training programs happening. Look at, we as a teacher, our lockdown started in the month of March. So we have entire March, April, May, June, as well as July. All these 4 or 5 months, we as a teachers were all the time busy in upgrading ourselves, enhancing our skills, how we can deliver the best of the best during online teaching. Because see, we as a teachers, we are also not very techno savvy, because it's teaching and learning is never ending and ever changing process. And we should have that adaptability, flexibility to mold ourselves in order to become a successful teacher through this online mode. So there are lots of online training programs. To look at our all of us, we as an English teachers have attended lots of online programs, faculty development programs organized by various universities, and upgraded ourselves. Then we can also have a lot of learning through YouTube. YouTube also makes us to have access to the lot of materials. Then you have a lot of new channels in English, documentaries, and very important one is in all the rural colleges also we can develop or establish digital language laboratories, and through this technology also we can enhance various skills amongst the students. When it comes to English, we have 4 basic skills, that is listening, speaking, reading, writing, and all these skills could be developed, could be enhanced, could be strengthened, and could be groomed and nurtured among our students while delivering online lectures. Now, being an English teacher, we need to have perfect amalgamation of 3 important things. First, our knowledge about the subject, knowledge about English literature, knowledge about poetry, poems, fiction, drama, critical theories or critical studies, whatever we need to deliver to our students. Then skills, the teacher need to possess computer skills, technological skills. Even students also need to possess how to use mobile or a laptop or a desktop as a medium of learning. Then our attitude is very important when it comes to digital teaching or online learning or online resources. Look at the salient features of rural students. They are very hardworking, very sincere. They are honest. They are serious about the subject. They have determination, devotion, discipline, and they are voracious readers. Also, changing identity of teachers because of this COVID-19 also. Look at the changing identity, teacher as a counselor, teacher as a facilitator, motivator, catalyst. At the same time, a teacher has to be a facilitator of knowledge, and then teacher has to acquire the skill of to be a techno-savvy, so that we can give justice to our students in this lockdown period and do online teaching effectively. Now, we need skills to be developed among the students. We have a lot of skills. Learning English is also skills. Communication English is also skills. Pronunciation is also skills. Acquiring language skills is also skills. Literary skills. And the Prime Minister of our country, Honorable Narendra Modi ji, has already emphasized on skilling India, empowerment to our youth with various skills. Then we have, every rural students as well as urban students should know 2 important words, that is a dress and address. Dress is our appearance and address is our communication skills, our literary skills, our computer skills, or our presentation skills, or our interactive skills. All these skills has to be developed among the students through language as well as through literature. Now look at the challenges in front of teachers. These are the challenges in front of every teacher. In the entire part of the global world, we need to adapt with the technology, adaptability, flexibility with the technology. Then we need to change the mindset of the teachers also. Look at me, when I was a student, I have never seen mobile, I have never seen computer, I have never used any technology when I was a student. But now I have to learn, I have to acquire, I have to adjust, and I have to deliver effectively, and I have to change my mindset, and I have to become a digital teacher who is friendly with the technology, a teacher who is friendly with the use of ICT while delivering online lectures in days to come. At the same time, a teacher should learn the skill of development of e-content. Now that e-content could be related to our syllabus, our literature. That literature syllabus could be undergraduate, postgraduate. So we need to have that skill of e-content development related to our poetry, related to our fiction, science, whatever may be the scenario. Then delivery of online lectures. Now, what challenges do we face when we deliver an online lectures? It is challenging because when we deliver an online lecture, we are in front of students, but if there are 120 students, all 120 students are not visible to us. So we can sometimes see their name, we cannot see everybody, and it becomes a challenge. Even teacher has to have required skills in order to develop online lectures. Then familiarity with online teaching tools. There are plenty of teaching tools which we need to learn through Google. Then when we have a lot of plenty of teaching tools, then again, it is the duty of the teacher to select suitable channel for teaching poems, novels, and plays in the realm of English literature. So when we want to conduct online lectures, what should be the medium? Whether it should be Microsoft Team, whether it should be Zoom, or it should be Google Meet. What is easily accessible to the students? Because being a teacher, we need to understand how students are friendly with the medium which we are selecting at the time of online teaching. Let me go ahead. Other few challenges in front of the teachers, and every challenge has a remedy or a solution. So we need to have very positive mindset. Problems to make teaching and learning more interactive. No doubt, when we do online teaching, we have chat box also. We can get the questions, but the problem when we're delivering a session, we cannot every time look into the chat box, and it becomes more challenging. So how to make it more interactive? If there are, say, 85 students who are attending our online class, how can we decide who is exactly attentive, who is passive, who is listening carefully, who is not listening, or who just has joined that for the sake of joining? At the same time, so these are the challenges again. Concentration level of the students during online learning. We don't know how much they are understanding. We don't know how much they are grasping. We can ask the questions, but still very few respond. And exactly opposite is our offline class or physical class, because it is face-to-face, it is direct, it is interactive. Then another biggest problem which we face while delivering online lectures or making online teaching, those are technical glitches. Very common. Internet issues, connectivity, we don't know as a teacher when we are visible and when we are invisible when we deliver online lectures. Then we have problems of class monitoring also when we do online teaching, because even if you mute the students, sometimes there's a lot of disturbance coming, external noise coming, external disturbances are coming, and then it affects our effective delivery of teaching and learning through this online mode. Then we have again a problem or a challenge of visibility versus invisibility. See, sometimes even the teacher as a presenter has to become invisible. Students are also visible, they are invisible. Then another interesting question is whether our online teaching is joyful. We have to make it joyful, we have to make it interesting, we have to make it blissful, but sometimes it is fearful also. Why? Anytime the connection is disconnected, if there is a power fluctuation or if there is an internet issue, in my college also we have started online lectures, and day before yesterday only I had a problem. I started my lecture very nicely, systematically with the PowerPoint presentation, and suddenly there was an internet issue. Suddenly I have to rejoin again the students. So look at the problem. Sometimes it is fearful also, sometimes it is tearful also. It depends upon how we handle it or how we take it, being a teacher. Now, what are the problems with the students? Students do have problems when it comes to online teaching, because online teaching has two sides, side of a teacher, side of a teacher. What are the problems with the students? What are the challenges with the students? Now look at the attitude of students towards mobile. we as a teacher, when we go to college, look at the scenario or situation before COVID. In most of the colleges, including my college also, we had a nameplate like cell phone not allowed, switch your cell phone. But now look at the situation. Cell phone or a technology has become so essential, so inevitable, so mandatory that our teaching learning cannot happen with this. So look at the attitude or approach of a student towards mobile. Sometimes students consider mobile as a device only for communication, only for social messages like WhatsApp or like chatting, or consider mobile as a device for entertainment. But look at the scenario or a situation in the past where there were, look at when we make a survey or analysis, we observe, being an English teacher, that students were using mobile only for 20% for the purpose of learning. Otherwise, remaining use of mobile was either for calling, either for chatting, or either for WhatsApp. But now, dear students in all the rural colleges as well as in urban areas, they should change their mind, they should change their approach, attitude, and consider mobile as very useful tool of learning and make himself or herself as a digital. At the same time, access to technology. When it comes to access to technology in rural areas, still students have problems. Now look at access to computer, access to laptop, and I have purposefully written a name called Manali. You may have a question or a wonder in your mind why this name is on the slide. Reason being, I have one student in my third year English. Just now she had taken admission. She belongs to a tribal area. She stays in a hostel. Now the problem with this student is that she doesn't have a cell phone. Even hostel is not having that facility to arrange technological devices to her. And we have started the lecture. So so being an English teacher, it is a problem to me also how to make Manali comfortable while she is attending online lectures. So look at the challenges which we are facing with the technology. Sometimes students are not able to afford also the technology. Then attending for online attendance. This phenomenon. We as an English teachers, we attend a lot of, webinars, seminars. What do? Most of the time, we only log in and then attendance is recorded. We know that there is a system of online attendance. So sometimes students attend the lecture for the sake of attending. Real learning happening or not happening is also a question mark. And it is also a biggest challenge which we need to solve and which we need to understand and which we need to tackle very convincingly, very positively, and very effectively while delivering online sessions in days to come in this COVID pandemic. Another interesting problem, which is also a challenge, is lack of concentration. Lack of concentration on the part of the students also. Look at a situation when a student is attending a online lecture in the house. There are disturbances in the house also, external disturbances. And then there, the room is also not noise free. Then we don't know whether he's concentrating or not. And then it creates tension in the mind of parents also. Parents are also worried. When child is attending online lecture in the house, father is worried, mother is worried, whether my son is attending the lecture properly or not. Sometimes children are putting the, headphones or headset in the ear, and then there is no pen in the hand, no notebook in the hand. How this effectiveness will come, and how can our learners can learn English literature or any subject very effectively, strongly, and successfully. So there is a tension in the mind of parents also. Then it draws attention of everybody. Tension, attention, concentration. These three words are very important when it comes to online teaching, online learning. It is applicable to the teachers, it is applicable to the students, as well as it is applicable to everybody. Then another problem is few students also are having financial problems to avail the technological gadgets. Sometimes students are not able to buy the cell phone also, as I've given the example of Manali. Now, when we take an online lecture, again, we don't know how reliable is the feedback, because there is a question mark. Look at us as a teacher also. When we attend any online webinar, what is our end reaction? Excellent session, very useful, very resourceful, very informative, the best. So we give feedback, but similarly, students are also giving feedback in the chat box, but we don't know whether they are really grasping, really understanding, really digesting. It's difficult. Then we have, possibility of unreliable feedback also. Then there are again similar way technical problems. Sometimes students may get disconnected also. They may not be able to join also. And one real example I want to tell you, in the month of first week of May, I made a Google class, or I created a Google class. We have Postgraduate Center, Department of English, where I wanted my students to do the online submission of the project. Then I made the Google class, but then again students were problem in the submission of the project, especially the students who are staying at Mangaon, Alibag or Wada. I hope that people are aware Wada is again a remote part where it's a tribal area. And then these children are having a problem, but they were having problem to submit, to make a submission of online project. So we need to ensure that technology is reaching to the students who are living in villages. They are comfortable in the use of technology. They are using it effectively, successfully, and positively for learning English, English literature, or any other subject. Then we have active learning versus mechanical participation in the process of teaching and learning. Now, what we need to do? Change in the attitude as well as approach. Now, all the students who are in various villages or various rural parts of our country, they need to change their mind. They have to consider that this problem, challenge is like an opportunity, that they have the potential, they have the strength to convert all these challenges, all these problems into opportunities and be a successful digital student. So our students should be converted into digital students of English literature in days to come, or in times to come. Now I am moving to the concluding part of my inaugural remarks. Blending of actual and virtual. There is a need to acquire perfect blending of use of technology in the teaching and learning of English. We as a teacher should use the technology, blend, and let us accept new identity as a teacher, and all the students everywhere in the world digital student. And as we know that Robert Frost, very popular American poet, had said in his very touching and heart-rendering poem, "I woods on a snowy evening, the last stanza, woods are lovely, dark and dim, miles to go before I sleep and miles to go before I sleep." Similarly, dear students, teaching digitally is a journey of miles to go, and a journey of miles to go. We have to experiment, we have to be creative, we have to be innovative, and we have to ensure that our students are also responding to it with positive spirit, with positive understanding. So this is what I want to say in few words regarding online teaching and learning. I know there are very distinguished experts and specialists. They will take into consideration other aspects of teaching English and literature online, the technicality, the methodologies. So with these few words, I thank you once again. My special thanks to Honorable Dr. S.M. Warkar, principal of this Shri Shivaji Arts, Commerce and Science College, Rajura, for giving me the opportunity to share my few ideas, views about online teaching, its problems in urban as well as rural areas. I also thank Honorable Professor Dr. R.T. as well as all other resource persons, Dr. Joseph Dayang, Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti, Dr. Arvind Navle, the convener of this one-day international workshop, the organizing team, as well as all the dearest and nearest participants virtually for listening to me actively and patiently. Thank you, one and all. Thank you very much. This is an attitude of thankfulness and indebtedness. Thanks a lot. And being Chairman of the inaugural session, I declare that this one-day international e-conference on problems and remedies of online teaching of language and literature in rural areas is inaugurated. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Actually, you focused on many issues which are related with the thematic area of this particular conference on problems and remedies of teaching of language and literature. Your talk will be highly useful for teachers, students, and many others. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for sharing your ideas. Really, thank you for accepting our timely invitation and for being with us. Okay, sir. So now we will move forward for keynote address. Dr. R.T. Bedre, sir, is our keynote speaker. Before I call upon our keynote speaker, I request our IQAC coordinator, Dr. Mallesh Reddy, sir, for a brief introduction of our keynote speaker. Over to Dr. Reddy, sir.
Thank you, Shende, sir. Very good afternoon to all. Today's our keynote speaker, Dr. R.T. Bedre, sir, presently working as Director, UGC HRDC, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University, Sagar, MP. He has worked in various capacities in his academic career, and he joined as an assistant professor at Arts, Commerce and Science College, Gangakhed in 1996. He worked as in-charge principal from September 2007 to June 2009, and worked as principal professor grade at Sri Pandit Guru Pardikar Mahavidyalaya, Sirsala, District Bid from September 2013 onwards. Presently working as Director UGC HRDC Hari Singh Gaur Central University Sagar, Madhya Pradesh from 1st October 2019 onwards. In the last 5 years, he has authored 5 books on various subjects. He has published 6 research papers on teacher education and quality of research in various journals. He has completed 5 UGC sponsored research projects from year 2013 to 2019. Specifically, he worked as a full-time principal in a college in a rural area of Maharashtra and got accredited that college during his tenure. So for this international e-conference, we have with us such a resourceful and highly academic person. I, on behalf of Department of English, Shivaji College, Rajura, welcome Dr. R.T. Bedre, sir, as a keynote speaker. And now I request Dr. Bedre, sir, to proceed for his presentation and enlighten us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. Am I audible?
Yeah, sir.
Yes,
Audible.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I think sometimes we should have a coordination among the resource person, so that certain division of the work should be there. Sometimes the trailer of the movie is so interesting that everything is revealed in the trailer itself and there remains nothing more interesting there. Let that be. Inaugurator of this one-day international e-conference on problems and remedies of online teaching learning, particularly language and literature in rural areas, organized by Sri Shivaji Arts, Commerce and Science College, Rajura. The very resourceful inaugurator, Professor Rajesh Evliji from Mumbai. Other resource persons, Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti, Dr. Joseph, Dr. Arvind Nole, my intimate friend. Principal of this college, Dr. Warkad sir. Head of the department, Professor Venkatramana, his colleagues, Dr. Reddy, Herani, and the participants who have joined this event from the various parts of the world. I see very interesting thing in the title itself. You see, it is an international e-conference. And the title carries the word Problems and Remedies in Online Teaching of language and literature, particularly in rural areas. See, there is a type of relation there, and it points to a fact. Let it be at the world level, let it be in any country, but the issues persist there, issues are common there. Therefore, this conference, this e-conference will be appealing, will be relevant to all of them who have joined this course, who have joined this conference. Actually, Professor Evle has covered a good number of things. And as I told you, there remains nothing new to cover the thing. But the show must go on. And I will be attempting to put the same things in a different way. I will try to be more grounded. Now see, the topic is online teaching learning in rural areas. Now the question is the online teaching entirely new to us? My question is no. If we look at the broader types of teaching learning, there appear to be only two types. Now, one may disagree with me, but to me, there appears to be only two types. One is face-to-face learning that we call campus-based learning with physical proximity, and second one is that is the teaching learning in distance mode. To me, these are the only two modes of learning. And remember, for me, this online teaching or in the digital mode is nothing but an extension of the teaching learning in distance mode. And remember, in both modes, we were using technology. If you remember, UGC used to provide us countrywide classrooms. Even IGNOU runs its programs on digital platforms, and even the teachers like you and me are well aware of the fact that there are a good number of digital platforms or online platforms like SWAYAM and NPTEL and Udacity and Khan Academy, and number of good things are there. So then what is new then? Why we are discussing it right now? The question is that, as Professor Evle was saying, that due to the COVID-19, we are forced to take recourse to this online mode of teaching. And so far, we were rather unaffected, particularly students were unaffected by the available online mode of teaching and learning. But now, we are forced to take that. Therefore, one difference is there. Earlier, there was use of technology in teaching and learning, and in online mode also there is use of technology. But the difference is that earlier it was choice based. We had choice whether to go for online teaching or not. But now, at present, we have no choice other than this one. At present, particularly at present, for last 3 or 4 months, we have been left with no other choice other than this online teaching. Because it has become a matter of compulsion for us. Compulsion. Why it has become a compulsion? Because there are so many limitations and restrictions on our student-teacher gathering. We know that there have been constant restrictions, there have been lockdown, there have been curfews. Everywhere there are some bans on the gathering of teaching, learning, and academic and other things. Therefore, we are taking recourse, we are moving to this online mode. Now, what I told you in the very beginning, that to me, this online learning is nothing but an extension of the distance mode of education. Now, when we are saying online mode, there are a number of good platforms. But when we say we are using technology, nowadays we are using PCs, laptops, tabs, and other things. But today we are zeroed on smartphone learning now. That is the only tool, that is the only equipment, electronic gadget available with a large number of people. That's why I would generalize it as a smartphone learning. As we know, phone pay, Paytm, in the same way, it is a smartphone learning now. Now, as I told you, it has become compulsory for us. Now we are well aware of the things. I think all of us are watching TV and some ads are there. Particularly, I remember an ad. That is the ad performed by Mr. Shah Rukh Khan, that is Byju's, BYJUS. And that runs programs, online programs from first standard to the 12th standard. It is there. But the question is how many people were using it. But now online teaching, learning or online education has become a mass movement in India, particularly in school education as well as in higher education. So the only thing is that change is there that ambit has been extended now. Earlier, it was limited to the teachers and students who were doing some NPTEL and other courses for upgradation of their knowledge and e-certification, and some lucky students were having access to such courses, such digital material. But now, everyone, every enrolled student, maybe in school or even I say KG to PG, we are forced to go for this online mode. And now, as I told you, and we don't know how long it will continue. As far as HRDC is concerned, UGC has strictly given us instructions that this year all the training programs are going to be online mode only. No program in physical form will be conducted. So this is compulsory for us, and we don't know how long this corona is going to stay with us. This is indefinite. We can't say for certain that in this particular month we are going to have a vaccine. No. So long as there is no solution, so long as there are bans, we have to live with this corona. And if we have to live with this, education is also part of life, and this has to go on. As I told you, show must go on, and the show is going on online only. And one more thing, the schools and colleges have to earn their revenues in the form of fees. Therefore, they have also started this online learning. And one more thing, for teachers also. Recently, I heard that the government of Maharashtra is asking for the report on what you did during work from home, what you did. So for that purpose also, we have to be dependent on this online learning. Now, let me come to the topic itself now. Now, though the title carries the problems and remedies in teaching learning of language and literature, but I think these problems persist, exist in all types of teaching, in all types of subjects, let that be commerce, science, or social science. The questions are same. And to me, as I have observed, as I have seen, as I have interacted with friends like Dr. Nali and other people, I categorize these problems into 5 types. And remember, I congratulate this college for selecting this topic particularly, because unless and until we identify the problems, we can't identify them. And this is a very good thing that before starting online teaching learning, we have started discussing the issues. And to me, there are some 5 types of problems. Certain problems are infrastructural, certain problems are mentality related, some are about the environment of learning, certain are online mode specific or by default, we can say. And the last one that was focused by Professor Evle, that is monitoring of this teaching learning. Now let me be more grounded in this sense now, more grounded. Now, what are the issues related with infrastructure? What kind of infrastructure we need? And as I told you, that this online teaching has become a smartphone teaching itself now. Smartphone teaching. The whole space of life has been occupied by the smartphone, and why not education? And as Dr. Evele was speaking, that the basic question is availability of smartphone with our students. This is the biggest issue. The other issues will come up in the later course of time. But the basic issue is how many students are having smartphones. There may be financial reasons, and there are some social reasons also. Even today, in the 21st century, I'm quite confident to make this statement that even today, parents are not prepared to hand over a smartphone to the girls. I don't know why they see some risk in handing over smartphone to the girls. And if this college is based in rural area, and we are discussing the issues of rural area, if you really make a survey, and you will find that even not 50% students leave apart girl students, even 50% students do not have a smartphone with them. Please remember. Many people will disagree with me, and they will say that there are some 1 crore or more than 1 crore people having smartphone with them. But let me tell you, the number of smartphone is more there. But remember, some affluent class people are having more than 10 smartphones with them. And there are some families where only one smartphone is there, and that is again with the person who is head of the family, who is earning member there, and other members do not have that smartphone. This is one basic issue. And second issue, that is the it has been already discussed, that is availability of network. Right now, I was listening to Professor Evele. There were some technical problems, and even right now, when I am speaking something, you must be facing the same problem. Some audio break will be there, some visual break will be there, and sometimes a technical problem may appear there. So these issues are there. Now these are the two things. And again, expenses of the data are also important. We are all working in a rural area, and we know what are the conditions of these people. Some people they say that we don't need atta, but we need atta. आटे का कुछ भी होगा मगर डाटा चाहिए. Yes, data is necessary, and data is not free. Our PDS system will provide us data at free of cost, but data will not be provided at free of cost. So we need money there. The second types of questions are there that are mentality related. At Professor Evele used the word mindset of the teacher. Yes, that is true. We are habituated to walk and talk and chalk system. That is true. We are very comfortable there. Not we, but students are also compatible with that system. And I know that system has some places with that, has some merit there, and online system has some demerits there. But we are more related with that. And when we don't want to do something, we begin to find faults with the system, find fault with this online system. So this mentality is also there. Even if some student is sitting at home and watching to something, the parents will say, what are you watching on your mobile? You must be playing some game, you must be watching some movie, you must be watching some serial. That is the thing. So these issues are of the mentality. One more thing is there, that is uneasiness among the teachers and learners to sit for a long time on a smartphone camera. I'm sure even today, some teachers can't speak for more than 1 to 2 sentences on a smartphone. Using smartphone at headphone, a different thing, earphone, different thing, and facing a camera and addressing the invisible audience is another thing. That's uneasy. And again, a lecture had to run into 45 or 50 minutes. And daily some 5 to 6 lectures are there. And how long students are going to sit before the camera? Again, electricity problem will be there. Now, another issue is there, that is the issue related to the learning environment. This is a very important issue. Issues related to the learning environment. Now, when I say learning environment, just imagine in college we invite the students, we have a proper hall there, enclosed hall is there, ventilation is there, and that slot, that space is devoted. So that space is not available at home. Remember, not all the students are having 1 BHK or 2 BHK house for them. No, there are families who are living in 1 room or 2 room. A good number of members are living there. So how their student will find a disturbance-free space to attend these online classes there? And as Dr. Evle was saying, that there are a good number of disturbances. A phone will appear, a phone call will be there, and family member will be there, ma will be calling, papa will be calling. A good number of disturbances are there. Animals are there, and anything is there. Some is playing some sound and songs are there. Now there are some more specific problems. More specific.
I think that internet issue is there.
Hello, Dr. Bedre, sir.
Internet issue may be there. He will join.
Yeah.
No problem.
Not showing is either audio or video, sir.
No, net issue is there.
Maybe because of poor connectivity.
Yeah, poor connectivity. Maybe the probable answer.
Yeah.
And Dr. Professor Bedres, I think it. Yes, yes.
Okay, sir. Proceed. Sir, unmute yourself. Actually,
Professor Bedre, unmute, please. Unmute yourself,
Bedre,
please.
sir, unmute yourself. Please unmute. Your voice is not audible.
Yes.
Okay.
So we were discussing the mode specific issues. As all of us know that. Now I'm facing my computer screen and only one face I'm able to see. But in the class we are accustomed to watch a good number of faces there. Live interaction was there. We could read the faces there. The student also can raise a question and we can have a direct interaction with them. But in online mode, such facility is not there. We have to accept. And another thing that was there, and there is less scope, less space for interaction. Remember, you agree or not, the online mode is teacher-centric once again. I'm controlling all the buttons with me, all the tabs with me. The student can raise only hand, but it is me to decide whether to allow him to raise a question or not. So these issues are there. And the last one that is related to monitoring, reception, and evaluation. That issue is quality-based issue. And we know that in the beginning, my friend Dr. Warkar told me that there are some more than 1,000 participants registered to this online this conference. But the question is, are we really technically competent enough to see? I repeat this word. Are we really technically competent enough to see how many participants are attending it physically? I am to say sincerely. If you see the list of the participants, most of them have switched off their camera and gone somewhere else, and they will return after some time. They will just fill in the feedback form and receive the certificate. The same is going to happen in case of online teaching learning also. All the apps have not that facility with us to see how many of them are sincere. And one more thing, reception model, as I told you. One thing is monitoring their presence, and second thing is that is reception. I'm telling all these things from the bottom of my heart, bottom of my stomach. But the question is, I'm not here able to see how many of the students are receiving me, whether they are able to understand what I'm conveying to them or not. There is no such system. Unfortunately, no. Because as I'm seeing the list of the participants, I'm unable to see the people there because only panelists are being displayed here. I don't know there. How many are watching me? How many and how are they responding to me? I don't. So reception level, that is very important. I believe that we teachers are competent. We are well versed. Okay, we are studied. We are doing it from with whole sincerity. But the again question is, how many of the students are receiving? What is happening at the receiving end? And third important thing, to which Dr. Evle made a reference to, that was evaluation method. Evaluation manner. How we are going to evaluate the reception of the student. As I told you, copying goes on there. Copying goes on, malpracticing goes on in all forms of examination, and it will persist here also. And as my friend is just smiling, perhaps I take this smile as his agreement to my statement. So these things are there. So these are the basic issues. But I must say, I always say, every question is born with the solution. If some question is there, answer is also there. So if I just go on discussing the question, problem, and if I don't discuss remedies, that would be unjust. That wouldn't be serving the purpose. Now see what solutions are there. As I discuss the problems, topic-wise, issue-wise, I will offer the solution in the same way. I shared my PPT with principal. No solutions. The first issue was regarding the availability of mobile phones. Availability of the mobile phone. And we can do something in that regard, and we can take help of others also. For example, the first thing we have to do, if we really want to serve this purpose, if we really want to do something, just not for the sake of formality, government is saying us to do something, and we are just doing it to make a report, to report something. No, it is not going to serve the purpose. The first thing that we have to do is make a survey of the student and see how many of them are having smartphones. That is the first thing. Unless and until we identify the issue, we won't be able to have a solution to that. See how many students who are enrolled in your college are having smartphones. That will be the first thing. And solution to that will be, remember, we have to provide to certain students smartphones. Now I know it is very difficult. It is not financially feasible. But remember, if online teaching has started, admission has started, it means most of the students will be able to seek financial assistance out of scholarship scheme. We know that in ordinary mode, students receive maintenance allowance. That allowance will be given by the government to the students. And second thing, there won't be many more students who don't have smartphone at all. So we should look for some sponsors also. There are very good people, there are very generous people who could do something. And another thing that perhaps that option has not been explored by anybody. Remember, most of us are having 2 or 3 smartphones with us. And what happens? We people are in the habit, we are wealthy people, I say. We people are in the habit of changing smartphone after 2 or 3 years. After 2 or 3 years, we change it. Some people do it earlier. So we should see whether we can use this used smartphone, second-hand smartphone, I'm using the word, use smartphone to some of the students. That could be done. The second thing that was regarding the net, availability of the network. Again, we have to make a survey. At which place, which service provider works well. That had to be done. And remember, we are having Aadhaar card of all the students. We can switch over, or we have the mobility, we can change the mobile network also. Now, solution to the remedies of the mentality related issues. One thing, mindset. Mindset had to be changed from the teachers ourselves. And I say, in every college, before starting online teaching learning, there should be a training of our teacher itself. We attended so many webinars, we attended so many content development workshops, but we never faced camera. If you just see how many teachers were interactive there, that is a question of research. So first of all, for 1 or 2 days, we must have a workshop, a training program for our teachers themselves, so that they will be able to go on there. And again, proper planning of lecture to make it interactive is very important. I told you, I cannot speak more than 50 minutes in online mode. No. In such case, I should properly plan my lecture. And there should be more and more use of study material and less use of video lectures. Why I'll say? Study material is given there, and remember, as I told you, the problems of mentality persists with students. Not all the students will be able to raise their hand and ask you a question. No, they will be more comfortable in audio mode. So some time should be allotted to them to clarify their doubts in audio mode also. And one more thing, let that be any topic. We are all working the rural part. Bilingual method is always compatible with our students, so that method should be used there. The solution to the learning environmental related issues. Learning environment. As I told you that not all the students are having big houses like ours. But remember, in all villages, there is a government school. And nowadays the government schools are off, they are closed. The students can go there and use such public funded places for their teaching learning. That could be a very good option. And remember, I know the temples are not free from all types of bad things. People will be playing cards, they will be having cigar there, they will be chatting there. But schools are free from that, so we can use school there. And as I told you, online specific mode issues are there. I remember, there is no alternative. And the last thing, as I told you, reception level, as we are running a course, HRDC course, and the same problem we face. Every day you should ask our children to write summary. Every day they should give some specific feedback to us. And particular, to make it more interesting, quizzes should be there, not long time question. And the last thing that I would like to end with, we have to admit one thing. This online mode is not final answer to all the questions. Remember, online teaching can be best used as a supplementary tool, as a complementary tool. We have to revert, we have to go back again to the offline mode. And one more thing, as I told you, we don't know how long it is going to run. But I know not all the colleges are having a good number of students. There may be some colleges where the student number is very little, very less. There, with the special permission of the district authority, we should try to see whether we can have the teaching learning in physical mode itself. I know I offered the same wine in the new bottle, old wine in the new bottle. This is what I had to say. I thank the college management, principal, and all of us, the panelists and participants, for their patient listening. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable guidance. Actually, during your complete speech, you focused on various problems faced by the teachers as well as students. And really, this pandemic has brought a kind of a paradigm shift in two fields. One that is economy, I think, and other one is education. I mean, these two fields are worstly affected because of pandemic, and therefore, we are actually forced to enter into online mode of operation from that offline mode where we used to have physical presence of students, and now we have a different situations that most of the universities and campuses and colleges have become almost barren because of no physical presence of students is there, and therefore we are forced into such kind of situation. And how to cope up with this situation, this is the ultimate purpose of our conference, that who should have a very honest and very sincere deliberation and discussion on this issue. Dr. Yevle and Dr. Bedre sir, both of them focused on various issues, and I hope this deliberation will really help the participants who are connected right now, who are listening, to make the entire teaching learning process better. So thank you all. So here we conclude our brief inaugural session, and we have to move forward for the technical session. Actually, we are running a little bit late as per our program schedule. But anyway, we will move forward for the technical session. And for our first technical session, we have invited Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti Tirunagari from Oman. He's basically from India, but he works in various other countries, and he is our first resource person. But before I call upon Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti to deliver his talk, I will shortly introduce him. Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti is basically from India, and he is the founder and coach of Knowledge, Attitude, Skill Services, and empowering youth through employability skills, that is EYES. So he's founder of these two organizations. He's a presenter of interactive live talks on TV and YouTube on specific topic of employability skills for success. He has 2 decades of professional expertise, 10 years in training, teaching, and 10 years in research and publications in India, Oman, Turkey, Maldives. Hello, Deshmukh sir. Deshmukh sir, आपकी आवाज आ रही है? Deshmukh sir, please keep silence. Hello. Deshmukh sir, your sound is actually disturbing our process.
Sorry, sir.
Okay. So we have Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti, who is having 2 decades of professional expertise, 10 years in training and teaching, and 10 years in research and publication in 4 to 5 different countries in India, Oman, Turkey, and Maldives. In the fields like English language teaching, business communication, life skills for the academia. Even he goes to attend to take organized training program for the corporate world, media. So such kind of things are there. He has taken certifications from very prestigious institutions of the world like Cambridge and TESOL, American Institute, and lot of even IFLU also, British Council, BEC Cambridge, a lot of prestigious institutes. From these institutes, he has taken certification of teaching and training. His specialization is technical communication, cross-cultural communication, crisis communication, lateral thinking, strategic team building, innovative leadership, stress management, employability skills development, modern methods of teaching, and mind-body coordination, and global education management. So he is a columnist actually. Apart from being a teacher trainer, he is a columnist, he is a guest faculty, he is a keynote speaker for various workshops and seminars. And he has authored one book also, ELT in Oman and India, Experiments in ASL, EFL, ESP, and CAL. So this is one of the book. He is also working as a research supervisor since July 2013. He has worked on editorial board member from October 2009 to January 2016. He has worked as an assistant professor for teaching business communication and soft skill training, associate professor. Also, he has worked in Center Head, Center for Corporation Studies, ASBM. So, a lot of things are there. We are very much familiar with Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti sir because he is a visiting professor to our college also. In the last 2 to 3 years, he has visited our campus 2 times, and we are really thankful for his visit. He has always been a good motivator and a very good trainer. So uh, I hope his deliberation and presentation of today's technical session will really help all the participants and all the academicians and researchers. So may I request Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti sir to begin for his presentation. Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti sir.
Thank you so much. Namaskar, Sarvana Namaskar. Excuse me for my little bit Marathi because I'm not a specialist. Whenever Warkad sir, Shende sir and Ramna sir invite me to your place, I picked up some words, sir. So thank you very much. Now it is already 1 o'clock, sir. As we discussed, I think at least 45 minutes to each speaker is required. So then only we'll be able to do justice. Is it
Yes,
okay?
sir, yes, sir, definitely.
Because
Take
the
your own
schedule
time.
is because 12:10 I was supposed to start. Okay. Anyways, I appreciated the outset, the organizers, the management of the college, Principal Warkad sir, technical team, and HOD Mr. Ramna, and coordinator Shende sir, and all the management board members, faculty members, and special thanks to all the international participants because they have responded very well. And my co-speaker, Dr. Joseph Dayag, who has been kind enough to join from Philippines. In spite of some technical errors also, we could manage. Yesterday we have tested, the team has tested the audio video, wonderful. And I'm thankful to Dr. Yule sir and another doctor, sorry, I don't remember the names. But both the previous speakers have extensively covered the points relevant to the theme of the conference. And I appreciate the theme of the conference actually, because when everybody is thinking of this online teaching, e-learning, blah, blah, in rural areas, what has to be done actually? Because a place like Rajura, where, you know, the audio video signals are not so properly connected, in spite of a lot of networks available, Geo, Maro, so many things are available, but sometimes, you know, it's out of the human reach. But still, they're able to organize. And 1,000 participants registered. And I heard that some are still trying to join, but I could see only 189 participants online now. I request the technical team, let them get the benefit. Try to send the link again. If they are able to do, just allow them to join now. Okay, straight away going into the topic given to me, the online teaching of language and literature. I see a blend of two things here, ELT and literature. And there is an always perennial argument that language is better or literature is better. Even a student who is choosing MA English is offered with a package of language and literature. And nobody can deny the prominence of literature because which is beyond language sometimes. There are similes, there are metaphors, there is meter, and so many people, there is socio-linguistic, cultural, and so many influences being discussed. Actually, it is developing overall personality of a person who is studying literature. But when you look at the market, the problem is in India, Maldives, Oman, Turkey, and Europe, wherever I had been to, I have seen that the market is in full demand of ELT courses only. Even the British Council, which is existing in India also, they offer mostly language courses. And even if you go to RELO, American wing is working here, regional English language officers are there, stationed in Delhi and all. If you try to do any courses, they are filled with language only. But a blend is offered in our MA English programs across the universities, because when I was working as a consultant for MHRD, I happened to visit so many universities across India, interacted with vice chancellors, deans, BOS members, and so many things. But wherever I went, I have seen that literature has value, but in the market, ELT is given more. Okay. Anyway, let me try to, I don't want to rush, sir, because bear with me. A lot of points we have been collecting for this seminar, but I'll try to. Is the screen visible, sir? Technical team, is the screen visible?
Yes, visible, sir. It's visible.
And am I audible and visible equally? Okay. So, one-day international e-conference on problems and remedies of online teaching of language and literature in rural areas. Wonderful theme. Okay. And all these speakers are available. My next speaker, Dr. Joseph, is also eagerly waiting. But Dr. Joseph, bear with me, because it is always said in military, as you know, the generals have covered major points, and the major has to cover the general points now. It seems like that, but no problem. Now, look at our thoughts now in this pandemic situation. What is happening? A lot of thoughts are there in the mind. What's happening? How do we adjust in the present and proceed further? Are the problems same in rural areas also? What's the future? So many academicians and all people are thinking of these things, all stakeholders, I mean. And there are hopes at the same time. Anti-corona vaccine is expected by August 2020. I mean, it is this month, August 15. If all of us are lucky, I think it will come. Let us be positive about it. Google and Facebook investments in India. Recently, there was a news that 33,000 crore US dollars are pumped into Indian economy by Google, and FB went ahead with 44,000 US dollars. I mean, in crores. Anyway, it's an optimistic thing. And Samsung, Reliance tied up with IT giants. Samsung and Apple phones to be made in India. New National Education Policy 2020 has already come, and there is bright future. Okay, let's go ahead. Now look at this digital era. What's happening? Now everybody is getting online. Nobody's thinking of food or clothes or basic shelter, but they're thinking of having a smartphone, which is getting smarter day by day than the human beings. And they're also thinking of internet connections, because the whole new world is out there. Now look at the visual here. It seems YouTube users upload 72 hours of video content every minute. This is that just 60 seconds only. Facebook users share 2,460,000 pieces of content online. Amazing. Tinder, Tweet, WhatsApp. It has become another unrecognized university now. WhatsApp University, people are calling. 3,47,222 photos are being uploaded. I mean, exchanged through WhatsApp. Amazon was making $83,000 online per minute. Now the situation is little different. Look at Skype. We are not using Skype, but Skype connections. Users, 23,300 hours of Skype usage is there. So many things like this. So it's a totally new world now. Okay, coming to education in India, e-learning, it has been there. I mean, UGC countrywide program on TV used to come. I hope the participants and academicians remember this, and students also were attending that. UGC, University Grants Commission, which is the highest academic entity which regulates all the education in India under Ministry of HRD. Countrywide classrooms were there over Doordarshan, national television. Then e-learning started, then MOOCs, massive open access courses. Then Swayam portal is existing now. And then skill development along with this, Prime Minister's Kaushal Vikas Yojana, then task in Telangana state. Then again, faculty members and researchers are frequently reminded of publications. CARE, there is a list of approved journals, then Scopus, Emerald, so many things. Then innovation and entrepreneurship. T-Hub and V-Hub is existing in this state, my state, but in other parts of the country also, it's there. Now, National Education Policy. 2019, we have seen the draft policy, and 2020, recently, 2-3 days ago, the amendments and a lot of additions have come into force. Then university ranking systems, NIRF, ASCSB, QS International, these agencies are there. So we have to bear all these things in mind before going to think of the educational reforms and online, offline, whatever we are talking about. And we should remember the problems also, particularly in rural areas. Now, existing education system and academic challenges. Somebody has sent me this small video. I hope it works. Do our students like to go to school or college? What is dragging them into the school or college, or what is driving them away? These are the things in mind. And just look at this short video, 30 seconds.
Then the bus drives away, and that's when you can let the real emotion out. I was 10 times worse than this. I was a blubbery mess the very first time.
So, hello, is it visible, audible, sir? PPT share now?
Okay, लेकिन PPT share नहीं हुई थी.
But the video is
No, visual
video was
sir.
on.
No, sir, no, sir.
Let him carry on.
One second. That's what I checked initially, whether it is working or not. No problem. I'll share it again. 1 second. Now check it, sir.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, sir. Now it's visible.
One second. This is not the PPT. Oh my goodness. This is what happens when you open, you know. No, not this one. I checked initially whether my PPT is open. Somebody said yes. So I immediately went there. Is it visible, sir? No? Screen sharing has stopped as the shared window is closed. Okay. Is the PPT visible now?
No, sir, PPT is not visible. You are
Okay, I'll
visible.
share it. Oh, okay. No, more than me, I think it should be visible. The content is more important than the package, you see.
Sir,
Yeah,
sharing.
Yes, doing. Yeah. Is it okay now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sir.
Is it seen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sir. It is visible
So
now.
look at okay, look at the video now.
Then the bus drives away, and that's when you can let the real emotion out. I was 10 times worse than this. I was a blubbery mess the very first time.
So that's what is happening in certain areas where, you know, the students are dragged to school. Sometimes what happens, they don't like to attend. That's why back to school programs are popular. Is it audible, sir? Shande, sir?
Yeah, sir. Audible, audible.
So, yeah, and look at the bottom of the screen. I hope it's visible, where we are talking about online education and implications. You can just have a look at this bottom video. The computer is on and online class is going on, teacher is presenting, but unfortunately the child is in play mode, so he's hanging upside down, and poor granny who doesn't have any work, she's given the homework there and she's working, and the teacher is unable to see because the child is smart enough. I told you now, smartphones and things are getting smarter than the human beings now. So though it looks funny, implications are there. Okay, now the very crux of our presentation now. Online teaching of English language and skills, we have been talking, even previous speakers, honorable speakers have narrated so many things. I agree, more emphasis on LSRW skills, improvement in English. When it comes to English language teaching, I think we need to have more emphasis, specifically listening, speaking, reading, writing skills, the basic language skills. I'm not saying it is not emphasized now, okay, but there is something which has to be done. and some hands are being raised and some questions are being typed. I request the technical team to have a look at the participants' questions. If there are anything, just make a note of it. At the end, we'll find some time to answer, because without question answer session at the end, it won't be complete. So don't worry about time. And the organizers have already said we can continue. So please have patience. At the end, we'll take questions. Okay, a blend of language and literature is offered, and the rationale behind it. Let us see. Because what happens with our MA English literature, which is written MA English literature, when somebody goes to abroad and tries to apply, the first question comes is it literature or ELT? Now, in this August gathering, where there are UGC members and principals, decision makers, and Vice Chancellor, I don't know who all are attending. I just want to propose one thing, sir. If the course of English can be categorized like literature and ELT, or literature ESP, literature ESL studies, something like that. If we can offer special courses, I think the choosers will be there for everything. And on the international arena, we don't have to time and again convince the people that, literature is much wider, bigger than ELT. ELT is just a part of this, because it's only taking care of language, and literature, whereas takes care of overall language, the high level of language, literary expressions, idiomatic usages, meter, so many imagery, as all of you know, it will be there. But at UGC level, I'm happy with the National Education Policy 2020. Some interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary programs are going to emerge, but still on the degree, what are we showing? There are courses like MA ELT, EFLU offers, for example, English and Foreign Languages, University, Hyderabad. And some universities, I'm sure in India also offered. But when you look at UK and US, Australia, and many other countries, they have MA in ELT, MA in TESOL, MA in ESP, MA in educational leadership. Like this, it is bifurcated and specific. And certainly in Indian education system, we are studying more syllabi, which may be required, which may not be required. And thanks to the syllabus designers. That's what I wanted to sensitize in this August. Is it visible, audible? Hello. Technical
Yes,
team
sir.
is it okay now? PPT is visible still?
Yes, sir.
PPT is visible? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So preparation of IELTS, TOEFL, and BC at +2 undergraduate and postgraduate levels have to be intensified. How about rural areas? Again, the very question, the theme of our conference. How about implementing this in rural areas? Who is going to teach IELTS model of courses, TOEFL courses, and BEC? It is neither introduced nor taught properly. But teachers are competent enough, faculty members are competent enough. I think certain trials can be done. Then our methods and materials, learner-centered and engaging. The methodology and materials have to undergo thorough shift. A paradigm shift. Curriculum and syllabi, English, ES.
Connectivity problem at your end, I think so.
Dr. Chakravarti, sir.
Is the connection on?
Yeah, sir. Now audio is okay, but you are not visible.
Okay, my visibility is not the question, but the PPT should be visible and audio is on now. Shall I continue?
Audio is on.
Okay, okay. Let me continue then. Okay, okay. So I was saying ESP courses as per engineering, commerce, management, and science have to be thoroughly developed. Already some existing courses are there, but they have to be improved a lot. Then testing and evaluation is another thing where, you know, we have some problems testing. Listening comprehension. Yes.
Your screen is not visible. Screen share is not functional right now. Camera is showing the rooftop, that is.
Because cannot connect. It is saying cannot connect to our service.
So
Please
we
check
have to
your
manage
network.
with the audio only. Okay.
Is it okay now?
Okay, okay. Audio is okay.
1 second. Checking the internet. Now check it up, sir. Is it okay?
Only we are getting, sir, audio, not any video or not screen of your laptop or computer is not visible.
Okay.
If you're sharing the screen is not visible.
But my net is on. I don't know from your side. It's okay, sir. Let me continue because it takes time again.
Sir, your camera, I think, has been dislocated. Just turn it down.
Pardon me?
Camera has been dislocated. It is showing rooftop. Now it is okay.
Now it's visible. The
Okay,
audio is okay?
Okay, okay. Audio and video is okay.
Right.
Now
The PPT is not getting connected. I don't know what's the issue there, but let's continue. Okay. Listening comprehension and speaking tests. These have to be implemented at all levels. Every level of education, I mean, primary, secondary, UG, PG, +2. Everywhere, the listening and speaking test has to be included. Okay. Need-based courses. MA English Literature, ELT, TESOL I covered. Then life skills education. Now, what is happening? We have an MA in English. We have MA in Marathi. We have MA in Telugu, MA Psychology, but there is no MA or MSc in life skills or soft skills. That's where the problem is coming. You know, there could be some course at some level. Now, teachers training, CELTA, TESOL, and TEFL. These courses are highly in demand internationally. And in India also, in Delhi and Calcutta and some places, these courses are offered. So we have to check whether teachers can avail this meeting or not. I'm trying to enter again, sir, because PPT is not running. From your side, kindly check the link because I am already online and it's going on, but still.
Look, sir का screen share देखो हुआ कि नहीं हुआ. Deshmukh sir.
Screen share is a problem, I think.
Deshmukh sir, if you are online, kindly check the screen sharing of Kalyan Chakravarti sir.
I'm clicking on the link again, sir. Just check what is happening. Allow me.
I think, sir, your screen share has not been properly done.
Now check, sir.
No. Camera is showing only your face, not the screen.
Okay.
Deshmukh sir.
Sir. Hold on, sir.
Now check, sir.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is it okay?
Screen ready, sir.
Okay. Let's
now
continue.
It's okay, sir. Okay. Running. Proceed.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So life skills education has to be integrated into these things properly, into the curriculum, because you see, we have MA English, MA Telugu, and MA Sanskrit, MA Marathi, but there is no MA soft skills. That is the problem. Okay, and there is no MSc in life skills. That is another thing. So no university so far. I heard only in Kerala, Central University of Kerala has some programs, and EFLU may be some program. I'm not sure. It will be great if we can introduce teachers training like CELTA, TESOL, TEFL, and FDPs at schools and universities, and many institutions across India and abroad also can happen. And thanks to online teaching and learning, anybody can log in from anywhere and they can learn. Okay. Reference to NEP 2020. Let us look at it. What are the highlights? Okay.
Chakravarti sir.
Is it visible? Yeah.
Chakravarti sir, please pull down your camera. Camera is not showing your face. Actually, it is showing the roof.
Okay.
Just
Is
turn
it
it
okay
down.
now?
Oh, okay.
Is it
Okay.
okay?
Proceed.
That's all right. Yeah. Thank you, Shani sir. So some highlights. I'm not going deep into this NEP because everybody is discussing now. But highlights, just a few highlights I want to show you. Look at the screen. Here I'm just circling. See, the first circle which appears on the screen. Higher education institutions will be transformed into large multidisciplinary universities, colleges and higher education institutions, clusters, knowledge hubs. That's a wonderful thing. Then below at the center, you can see that integrated exposure to science, arts, humanities, mathematics, and professional fields with flexible curricular structures, creative combinations, integration of vocational education. This is one of the wonderful features of this new education policy. And look at this green thing. I don't know where is the cursor. The right side, last green box. Multidisciplinary, holistic education at the undergraduate level. Wonderful. I don't know how many colleges are thinking of implementing this, but it's going to be great. Okay. Then this was one point I wanted to highlight. Then below at the bottom, you can see multidisciplinary education and research universities, MERUs, will be set up. So are we future ready? That is the question that immediately takes you to the next level as to are we ready or not? And if you are not ready, what are we going to do? Okay. Now, applying 6S thinking. And I request the technical team. This is the latest research. Before the new education policy came into existence, we have thought of this, that something great is going to happen to the education. So what I'm doing, I'm just copying this into the chat window. I request the organizers, kindly share it. Kindly share it with where is it? Kindly share it with the organizers, I mean, all the participants, just faculty to respond. The very idea of designing this interdisciplinary research is to make our faculty members, academicians, everybody to be ready for future. That's why we are making them think under various types of thinking, because the new education policy is suggesting multidisciplinary approach. Can we copy this to the chat window? Is it possible? Yes, I think there is a chat window here. Technical team, I'm just copying this, the link. Please kindly share it through your WhatsApp groups or Telegram group or whatever. Okay. Now let's move on. I'm not going into the details there because it takes time. So here, every faculty member have to be online nowadays, update profiles on LinkedIn, connect and network. This is very important because if all the faculty members across India and the world come on to common platform like LinkedIn and share their ideas, their research, and interact with each other and write about each other, their works, their skills, I think we are going to do a great job. You can do this. Then your presentation, your papers, everything can be shared. Okay, let's go. Is it visible, sir? Okay. Students, teachers, and systems online, a paradigm shift, evaluation and testing criteria online. Now, is it possible? Let us think. How much is it possible? And are we following or implementing this in our schools and colleges or universities? That's the question. Now look at the visual here. I hope it is visible what Einstein felt about education system. Is it seen on the screen, sir? Deshmukh sir? Is it seen on the screen? I hope it is seen. Okay. Our education system. Everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. Albert Einstein. So what is happening? Look at the visual there. There is a dog, there is a fish, there is a sea creature, there is an elephant, there is a monkey, there is a penguin, and there is a crow. And if all these guys are asked to climb over a tree, who is going to win? I think in 5 minutes, monkey can go to the top of the branch. In 3 minutes, a bird can fly and land on a branch of a tree. And they are A graders, and others become B, C, and failed candidates. So he was talking about the education and testing system. Now, if we think of failures, all these people, including Einstein, Michael Jordan, Walt Disney, Steve Jobs, Oprah Winfrey, and the Beatles, all these people have failed one day or the other. So let us not judge somebody, a student or anybody, if they are failing in language or literature, they are not good at all. Now, how to prepare future ready schools as per national education policy? You can have a screenshot of this, then later on we can have a discussion. Identify multidisciplinary studies, middle and primary, secondary, all levels. For the principals, teachers, those who are attending, I am telling this. Sir, is it audible? Visible? Hello? Is it audible and visible?
Yes, it is audible as well as visible.
Thank you. So the suggestion here, just take a screenshot, sir, because I'll skip it very fast now, looking at the time. Identify multidisciplinary studies at your institution. Create combinations of subjects. Integrate skills into each subject, like critical thinking, project-based learning, creative thinking, leadership, and team spirit. Improve methods of teaching, experiential learning, activity, task-based and interactive, materials design and development, like text, audio, and video. Upgrade evaluation and testing for skills, assessment, analytical and logical thinking to be tested, assessed, I mean, which may not be there on the curriculum or syllabus in the evaluation criteria. Train and upskill the staff. This is another important thing we have to do. Then design progress reports. This is very important, sir. Design progress reports reflecting multiple intelligences. Unique grading with a focus on ASK. Ask yourselves whether we have ASK or not. That's the idea. Attitude, skills, and knowledge. ASK has to be reflected on the progress report of the students. That is something unique we are just thinking of. Now look at this, past, present and future. The teacher is overstretching now, the faculty members, the academicians, because past was something else and future is huge. So what is happening here? We have to think of this. Okay, then multiple intelligence theory and analysis, as some of you may know, in 1983, Hobart Gardner had published a wonderful book. There is a source below, Frames of Mind, the Theory of Multiple Intelligences. This has to be integrated. He says, there are 9 skills, 9 intelligences to be assessed. And maybe due to paucity of time or constraints of curriculum or syllabi, or maybe we are not trained enough, or there is no scope on the curriculum, we are unable to do this. We are not assessing, all the 9 intelligences of each learner. That's where there is a lacuna in testing system. But I can't be over ambitious, like 9 intelligences should be tested, and imagine the curriculum, how long it's going to be. So all these problems are there. Let us think of it. Just my idea is to sensitize that there are 9 types of intelligences, like kinesthetic, interpersonal, linguistic, mathematical, naturalistic, intrapersonal, visual, musical, and kinesthetic. These are the 9 intelligences. Okay, look at this beautiful sculpture. I'm talking about creativity. Indian art and culture, Udayagiri caves, Vidisha, Madhya Pradesh. Thousands of years ago, in what is that? Chandragupta, the second time, they were carved. With what instruments they have used and what creativity they had and where that has gone. Then Indian art and culture, Sanchi Stupa, Madhya Pradesh, Buddhist monastery. Look at the intricate designs, the sculpture, wonderful. And your Ajanta Ellora in Maharashtra, man-made caves, longest man-made caves, 3 to 4 kilometers. I visited Ajanta and Ellora, amazing. All these things are epitomes of creativity and innovation. And look at this Paithani saris of Nashik. Each sari so beautiful, and it is hand woven. It seems to create one sari, one family has to work for 1 month long. The poor laborers, and highly artistic. And even if you try to paint by hand, it's not easy. So that much creativity is lying in every country, in every region. So that has to be brought to into the syllabus somewhere while teaching creativity or innovation, such things. And look at this Ellora caves. It's a monolith, it seems. Top to bottom, one single stone, huge rock, is converted into beautiful temples, animals, people, and graffiti. It's wonderful, amazing. It's there in Maharashtra, India, for international participants, I'm saying. Free promotion of tourism. In 2018, August, 2 years ago, I got a wonderful chance of visiting the Alps, Switzerland. Apart from these beautiful scenes, what attracted me is the red lines, a map showing the railway track laid on these ice mountains. Minus 35 to 45 degrees Celsius. In that cold, who feels like working? But the man appearing at the bottom, with hair, not without hair. A Geyer Zeller, 1839 to 1899. This is the brain. This is a man whose brain is behind this beautiful work. Now everybody is able to go to the top of the Europe on the Alps and stay there happily and come back safely. That is the kind of engineering. We also have in India some places, in Sikkim I have seen, and in Dehradun, the hanging bridges, Lakshman Jhula in Rishikesh, and Haridwar, there is one Devi temple, mountain to mountain they connected. So such things should be shown to the students in the schools and colleges to motivate them to do something. Now, EPG Pathshala, you can refer to National Mission on Education, and it's there, a government portal, MHRD. I have just collected it. You can see wonderful things happening online. Then we have Swayam portal, where faculty members are uploading their content, and some schools and colleges are doing wonderful job. It is education for everybody, anywhere, anytime you want. That's a wonderful thing. MOOCs are available there, and online anybody can do from anywhere. Now, how to prepare higher educational institution for future according to National Education Policy 2020. Create teaching intensive universities. It is there already mentioned in the document, in the new education policy. But are we ready? Is there an idea where some 2-3 universities can come together across the departments and have an online discussion, or if everything goes well, offline discussion or visiting each other if possible? Then think of teaching intensive universities, then research intensive universities, multidisciplinary education and research universities. Maybe these 3 aspects I want to sensitize, just to draw your attention towards this, all academicians. Methods, materials, and testing. We have to revise and upgrade. 3 aspects: methods, materials, and testing has to be thoroughly revised now as per NEP 2020. Identify existing lacunae and adjust further. Train the staff in gray areas: education technology, software applications, and tools to be used in teaching learning process. We need special training for that. Evaluate and prepare reports periodically on every activity which is happening. I know IQAC is there, and NAC accreditation goes on, we are making it. But as per 2020 policy, there is still some work remaining. Then research intensive universities, what they can do. If anybody decides that our university will have a special focus on research intensity, then research areas we have to identify, domain and interdisciplinary. I have just pasted one link there. I hope the organizers will send it to all mail IDs and Telegram group, because this particular link will show you how interdisciplinary studies and research can be designed and taken up. That's the idea, sir. Please respond to that link on Google Docs. I hope Shende sir, Ramna sir can forward it to all. Then research methods have to be discussed. Data collection and analysis tools like SPSS or Python have to be specially learned. Train the staff. Encourage paper presentations at conferences. Sponsoring the faculty by educational institutions and by the management. This is important because unless intellectually faculty members are motivated and encouraged, the teaching learning process cannot be as effective as expected. That is the idea, sir. It's my sincere request to all the managements, private and public, kindly encourage faculty members to do something in this area. Encourage publications. Evaluate and prepare reports periodically. Again, it's important, sir. Multidisciplinary education and research universities, MERUs, under this aspect, identify new subjects. That is the immediate need now. Create a new combination of courses, design curriculum, develop materials. It can be text, audio, or video when it comes to materials. And when it comes to curriculum, is it online, offline, the courses, and what ingredients, which was not existing before on this syllabus or particular course. Okay, let's proceed. Now, recent rankings, NIRF rankings, based on some parameters. Right side, you can see IIT Bangalore, IIT or IIM, because we have more than 20 IIMs and IITs also. Let me check. Yeah, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, number 1, Institute of Chemical Technology, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi, University of Hyderabad, Tezpur University, University of Delhi, BHU, IISc, and BILA, BIT, Pilani, Aligarh Muslim University. These are some rankings. You can look at the NIRM. But my idea in showing this is there are nearly 800 to 1,000 universities in it, maybe more. So how about these rankings and how to compete with global rankings, AACSB or any QS rankings? Towards that, I mean, our institutions should be working on. And I am reminded that Indian trade links with other countries of the world in the past. Look at these trade links. It means the knowledge sharing has been going on from one place to one place. Maybe it is Middle East or maybe Eastern Asia, West Asia or anywhere. And online, it's easy now, knowledge sharing. And I have long list of people who have visited India. Chinese, Arab travelers, Muslim scholars, Venetian travelers, German travelers, French, Portuguese and all. And suddenly, all those knowledges, wisdom has gone somewhere. You can look at Balaji Sundaram, for example. Pragna Bharati conducted this session, beautiful session, informative. Then I was looking at Shanta Sinha, author and Srijan Foundation. She shows the map of ancient universities which were existing already. You know, Takshashila, Nalanda universities. All these were existing. And people from whole world used to come to India to study these things. And even south, north, east, west, a lot of universities were existing where, you know, medicine, music, literature, law, science, technology, all these things were fully flourishing. And from there, we come to this now level of national ranking of universities. That traditional wisdom has gone somewhere. And there is a huge gap now. And what is happening in the present education system? That's the only idea I want to convey. Have a look at this. All sources are mentioned there. Now, knowledge transfer from India to China. Then knowledge transfer from India to Europe. Somebody surprised me by saying the Siddha medicine went to China and Siddha is changed name. Putan Siddha in Chinese. Now, if you find the trace, you won't find the Siddha. There will be something else. And he became, it seems, president of China's official board of astronomy in the 8th century. Wonderful. And Buddhist monks have taken painting, kung fu, and all these things to Eastern world. Now, here, you look at the right side of the slide, Indian scholars were often invited to Baghdad. Works of Muslim intellectuals such as Al-Kindi, Al-Farabi, Al-Farghani, Al-Tabari, Al-Khwarizmi played important role in transferring Indic knowledge of mathematics, medicine, astronomy, philosophy, chemistry, and even music to the Islamic world, where the Islamic scholars often credited their knowledge to Indic sources. The European scholars frequently, it seems, plagiarized from Arabic texts without references. This is what happened in the history centuries ago. The Renaissance was propelled by the works of Arabic scholars, which were passed off as original works by Europeans. Toledo School of Translators, 12th to 13th century. You can refer, sir. And there is Dr. Raj Vedam, who has worked a lot. He talks about Alexandrian Library and Rishi Kannada, 6th century, Democritus, 4th century, Hippocrates, father of Western medicine. So you can refer to that. Now, these are which domains are important now, whether it is online, offline. BE, BTech, MBA, long list is there. Take a snapshot. I'm skipping this. And source is India Skills Report 2019. You can look at the state-wise thing and what skills. You can see here, bottom of the slide, Is it visible, Shinde sir? Ramna sir?
Visible, sir, visible.
Yeah. Just look at these things here. Down, right bottom. Learning agility, adaptability, interpersonal skills, emotional intelligence, conflict resolution, self-determination. These are the things identified through research. It's a published report, sir. Just look at it. And how many of these skills are already integrated into our curriculum, whether it is online or offline? There should be an assessment whether these skills are already integrated. I think in this area, a lot of work is there. And if any college, university across India wants to conduct any FDP or any workshop, all the participants here, we are telling you, experts are ready to travel or online and train your staff or anybody, because we will be contributing to the society, to the academic fraternity, and based on 2020 National Education Policy, which is required, interdisciplinary work. Now look at these sectors: banking, BPO, pharma, software, the recruitment scenario. And the skill report of 19 can be studied for further. And state-wise startup distribution also I'm showing you here. Maharashtra is topping because state-wise patent filing and startups also. I appreciate Maharashtra because it is standing in the first place. Then Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Delhi, Telangana, UP, Gujarat, all these provinces are coming. Okay, let's proceed, sir. Education again, and I have ranking I told. Now the crux is integrating skills into curriculum. One of my research scholars is working on this. How can we integrate skills into curriculum? Critical thinking, problem solving. And I remember an FDP we delivered on outcome-based learnings in Andaman Nicobar Islands, where 70 institutional participation was there last year. People traveled to Andaman Nicobar, beautiful islands. There we sat and we discussed. And in India also, for example, NIT Arunachal Pradesh has conducted, and so many, Delhi University conducted, where we have been there and we deliberated with the faculty. And I remember 2013-14, Hyderabad Central University had conducted SARC meeting of all the academic heads of South Asian Association of Regional Cooperation countries. There, I had a wonderful chance like this to talk to the participants, and I proposed the introduction of skills and integration into curriculum. 13-14, this is 2020, sir. So more theory and less practicals in India. That's what is happening. Few industry academia types. Okay. My Omani experience, 99, 2004, 14 and 18. Just I'll, free of cost, I'll take you to Oman now, virtually, because many of my colleagues, I'm thankfully attending. So just for your idea, sir. It's a warm country, adventurous desert life, Arab food, and amicable Omani national. Thank you so much. But cross-cultural context, when a person goes and teaches over there in those countries, many nationals are as colleagues from UK, USA, Canada, Jordan, Egypt, Tunisia, Philippines. And my friend, Dr. Joseph is also was colleague there. So many Egyptian roommates were there and so many other things, but I'm skipping that. And this is a beautiful mountain village of Oman, Belasid. 99, I visited first time. And recently, 2018, also I visited. And the wonderful welcome of the local Omanis. And you know, the way beautifully they have created this green village with a lot of creativity, innovation. And you know, earlier there was no light for some time. And on one single fallage, they depend and utilize the resources properly. And mind you, it's a semi-desert, but still they created this greenery. What I mean to say is anything can be done once faculty members, parents, students all sit together and try to do something. That's the idea. And these are my wonderful students. And I hope My friends are there seeing this. Teaching ESP, that's what academically, because we are talking about language and literature. There are ESP courses and general English courses. It was wonderful opportunity to interact with young minds along with colleagues. Teaching EFL and ESP. Please remember, Indian teachers are from ESL situation, English as a second language. But suddenly you're dealing with EFL students and ESP also you're trying to teach. In 99 to 2004, I remember, our World Through English syllabus they have designed along with the British scholars. It is highly localized and culturally sensitive, wonderful books, I still remember. Then basic education school system of the UK was introduced 2000, 2001. Those were the years. Then colleagues from different nationalities teaching technical writing, general English. See, for our engineering colleges, we have some English labs also in India. But what sort of content is it suitable and useful for them? That micro level observation and development should happen. That's why I'm giving this healthy comparison. And English was taught recently in 18 also I have seen all the materials and all the testing as per IELTS model. That was happening. It is happening still. And I had an opportunity to present in Saudi Arabia conference 2016. The link is given below. If you want, you have patience and interest, later on you can watch. I can share with you later. Now, these are some of my colleagues. I hope Saudi Arabia and all conferences. And Dr. Joseph is here at the center along with us, next speaker. And this is our cross-cultural interaction, cultural festivals. So wonderful. And this is Dr. Ali Alisa. I wish he could be there. One day we'll invite him also. Sultan Qaboos University, Muscat. And all other friends are here. It was really a learning experience. Then a book is published by Dr. Benaro, The Sultanate of Oman at a Glance. I happen to be the editor of this book. Thank you, sir. And these books, I think, why I'm showing is, these things are available on Amazon. And teachers can always have a look at these things and which may help them in finding some solution. Now, think of the human brain. What happens? Left and right brain is there. And while dealing with the learners at school, college, or university, we have to touch upon these two lobes of the brain. But where do we hit the child? That is the problem. Right brain improves your creativity, imagination, holistic thinking, non-verbal communication, visualization, etc. And left side, which is logical, analysis, sequencing, mathematics, language, thinking in words of songs, competition. These things will be improved. So is there a balance of these two mind development in our education system? That is what I'm asking. Are we creating a blend of ASK, like attitude, skills, and knowledge? Is it possible? Is it happening? Is there an assessment? Is there a monitoring system in India or any country for that matter? Because A stands for attitude, personality, behavior. S for a lot of skills, emotional intelligence, analytical skills, critical things, problem solving skills. And K stands for knowledge, as you know. But the blend of these three things should be offered at educational institutions. Now, this is the expected skill set. I don't know how many universities and colleges have already achieved this graduate profile. An average graduate, as we say, graduate attributes in OAAA assessment in Oman, I happen to see. Adaptability and resilience, collaboration, communication, civic and cultural awareness, creativity and innovation, critical thinking and problem solving. All these things integrated. There can be another FDP, another workshop, another online session exclusively focusing on this. And look at the right side. By 2020, any individual is expected, those who are waiting for jobs, to have these 10 skills: complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, people's management, coordinating with others, emotional intelligence, judgment and decision making, service orientation, negotiation, cognitive flexibility. Is it happening already? I don't know, because whatever responses you have, participants, I request you to key into the chat window. Leisurely we'll take it up one by one later with the help of organizers. I'm proceeding. 2022 World Economic Forum has given a list of growing skills, left side. Let's forget about right side, which is darker. Look at the left side, bright side, blue side. Growing skills. Again, you will see that analytical skills, critical thinking, emotional intelligence, reasoning, systems analysis. These are the skills expected. 2020 is very near, just 2 years. Okay. MOOCs, I was talking about MOOCs. Massive open access courses, open to all. This system, which you are seeing here, I'm very glad to remember my guru, Professor Damodar sir, who is the present Vice Chancellor of Chaitanya Deemed University. Sir has guided a PhD, and the title was Developing Online Course in English at UG level in India in 2004. 2005 it was awarded. Sir guided this, and CAL, CHI and CMC we thought of in 2000 itself, and this is 2020. And sir said, a day, I would like to quote Professor Damodar sir here with his permission. He said, a day will come when nobody is going to use printed material, printed books, or teachers may not be teaching in the physical classes. I appreciate that idea, and I'm glad that it is already happening now. It's a reality, which we predicted in 20 years ago. And so many papers we presented at SQ and TESOL based on this multimedia usage and all these things. Way back in 2001, 2002, I happened to present it also. Okay, let's proceed. MOOCs is anytime, anyone, anywhere. That is an agenda of Boundaryless Institute University, which is happening in India, even abroad also. Many institutions in Oman, Turkey, Maldives, wherever I have seen, Europe also it's happening. Online learning courses can be developed. All the faculty members can have access to SWAYAM, including your students, encourage them. This is 19th July 2016 UGC credit framework for online learning courses through SWAYAM regulation. You can have a leisurely look at it. Action research, I am encouraging. That's why time and again I am saying the link which we have sent. Please answer it. Action research, as Kurt Lewin says, who is considered to be father of action research, faculty members have to take. Collaborative research should happen, and online sessions should happen, which is happening now. I appreciate Shivaji College for this and the entire team. How to use it? You have to name some 3 practices to start with of your own that you do at your institution. That's where identification of research problems and all will start. Then the purpose of action research is to learn through action. That then leads on to personal and professional development. Working independently on a project, elementary to high school to degree colleges, universities, it can happen. So I encourage faculty members, please interact with us over mail with the help of organizers, and we are here to help. It's a method to facilitate change by helping involve the client system in a diagnostic active learning, problem finding, and problem solving process. These are the steps in action research. Step 1, selecting a topic area in your field with a focus, clarifying theories, identifying research, collecting data, research questions, I mean, then collecting data, analyzing data, reporting results. Then finally, it's important, taking informed action. So whether it is online or offline, there will be disadvantages, difficulties in distinguishing between action research and ensure the application of both. Delays in completion can happen, lack of repeatability and rigor may happen. But again, coming back to the theme of our conference, the rural India, still 60 to 70% of Indian population lives in villages. India lives in villages, as Nehru said. Okay. And the agriculture sector is mostly contributing to the economy. And I think the rural areas can be improved with the help of our faculty members and teachers. We have to emphasize more because rural students have a lot of capacity, which our city dwellers may not have, because they have good interpersonal skills, rural areas. They have very good team building skills, and they have very good leadership, and they are eating natural food. Their health is also okay. Only thing is little bit of English language and some technical skills. These are going to help them, and in this direction, let us proceed. I think that's all from my side, and if any queries are there, I request to send the emails or ask now. 5 minutes we can take any questions, Shinde sir. You can unmute the mic and allow some participants to ask 1 or 2 questions, sir.
Okay, sir. I have unmuted. If participants, those who are connected, and if they have any queries.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
देशमुख सर,
हाँ सर,
जो हैंड रेस कर रहे हैं ना वो क्वेरीज के लिए, उनको मतलब अलाउ करो.
ओके सर, ओके.
Yes,
डॉक्टर
yes.
शोभा
allow
है.
them, sir.
Allow them. Yeah.
चालू किया सर उनको. शोभा मैडम को, डॉक्टर शोभा.
Good afternoon, sir. First of all, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
audible.
Please introduce yourself.
Please introduce
From where
yourself. From where are
ma'am?
you talking, ma'am?
Sure, sir. I'm Dr. Shobha from Hyderabad.
Yes.
I'm assistant professor of English with a private institution, private engineering college at Ibrahimpatnam. I would like to congratulate, first of all, the entire team for organizing this wonderful program. And in fact, it is really a very informative session. And I congratulate Kalyan sir for providing very comprehensive information on different areas, different sectors. So here, I just have a question. What kind of opportunities are available in India for a CELTA qualified candidate?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
CELTA, it's a 4 to 5 week study. But
Sir,
your
voice is echoing, sir. Your voice is echoing, please.
I don't know. The technical
I don't
team
know.
should
The
take care
technical
of it.
team should take care of it. If it is
Some
required.
audio setting.
Some audio
So,
setting.
madam,
as
per your question,
as per your question,
the CELTA
CELTA
course
is offered in
Delhi,
Calcutta, and
Kerala also somewhere.
Kerala also
But
somewhere.
very few have access to it because the course is
Nearly
expensive.
2.5
Nearly 2 lakhs
to 3 lakhs you have to spend
outside
if you are going outside
Even in
India.
Indonesia,
Even
it's
in
available.
Indonesia, it's available.
So many places.
So many
Even
places
in Oman,
actually.
anywhere
Even
it's
in Oman,
available.
anywhere it is available. You
But
have to access.
the thing
But
is,
the
what
thing
we
is,
study in
what
ELT,
we study in ELT,
just one
just
paper.
one paper.
So the CELTA is
The
just a
CELTA is just
snapshot
a snapshot
of reading, writing, listening,
reading,
speaking,
writing,
and
listening,
some
speaking.
methods they teach you, and 6 to 7 sessions you have to take as practice teaching sessions. They will assess, and some 4 to 5 written assessment assignments you have to write. That's it. And there is a lot of scope because I don't know what this international recognition for courses, but an Indian MA English is far more equivalent to all this CELTA, Delta, whatever TESOL you are talking about. Personally, I don't give that much importance. Though I have done that, I have attended 120 hours. But what I feel is, if you have some good experience of teaching in engineering colleges or management colleges or degree colleges, and you can deliver LSRW skills, learner-oriented methodology. That's enough. But CELTA, TESOL, TEFL are highly recognized courses across the world. You will have added advantage. Apart from your MA, B.Ed, MPhil, PhD, whatever you do, again, somebody will say, do you have CELTA, Delta? Like Maldives, somebody asked me, sir, I am an MA, MPhil in ELT. Then they said, do you have B.Ed? So such type of funny things can happen. But a day will come when talent will be recognized. Have I answered your question? Anybody else? Online, offline, based on our theme or skills? Anything else? Organizers, anybody can ask, please. And look at the chat window, Shinder sir. If there are any questions, one or two you pick up. Then my learned friend, Dr. Joseph, is waiting.
Yes,
I'm sorry, Joseph, I have taken some time because that is cascading effect from the previous speakers. Everybody is important, so we have to do this. No other. Yeah. Okay, sir. Yeah. Any questions? Send us up. Look at the chat window.
No more questions, sir.
No more questions. Chat
no
window.
more questions, sir. There is one question from Raj to all panelists, sir. How can we find out? Actually, I could not read the complete.
How can we find out?
Actually, it was on the screen for some seconds and then it disappeared. So I could not read that.
You can unmute. Somebody will ask.
The question is, how can we find out English performance index of only rural areas? This is the question from Raj to all panelists. English performance. How can we find out English performance index of only rural areas? It's not exactly clear what exactly he wants to ask actually.
If the person is online, let him ask, sir. Otherwise, we'll be answering something else, you know. Anybody from abroad, please? Any country? Because it's international, so we would like to listen before Dr. Joseph starts.
Sir, there is one more question from Padmavati. Could you suggest some tools to assess our rural students in offline mode during this pandemic period?
In pandemic or post-pandemic?
During this pandemic period, she's asking, could you suggest some tools to assess our rural students in offline mode?
Offline means, again, the problem of physical distance, you know, teachers reaching the college or faculty reaching the college or college coming to their home, which is not possible. Though we say university at your doorstep, things like that. It's not possible. Over phone, I think it's possible. Audio is possible. If internet is not working, I think we can depend on this. Or FM radio can help. The focus should be, again, madam, the basic 4 language skills. Again, listening, speaking is neglected highly. So it should be emphasized. They can be given some situations to practice, to speak, to listen, and to write and read. The blend of these 4 skills should happen right from school to university level. That's the idea. Whether it is offline or online. Online, the problem is connectivity, as the previous speakers also said. Connectivity is a problem, and they may not be able to afford also. How many of our rural students have laptops, desktops at home? No. Even phones, I don't think they have. Very few. Smartphones, I mean. Though they are smarter than the phone, they don't have smartphones. The rural area students, I appreciate, because a lot of interest they have. You teach them 2 hours, 3 hours, they will sit. Guruji, bataye, we are ready to listen. So that interest level is there. Because those who are lucky to teach in rural areas, they know. I also happened to visit Shivaji College. Principal sir and management, Shende sir, Ramna sir were there. I spent, I think, 3 to 4 hours with them. It was very live, wonderful, lot of interest they have. And we feel satisfied professionally that we are able to cater to the needs of rural areas. And if possible, never look at financial gains, but professionally, it is highly satisfying, which you may not get in city areas. Because city area, it is commercialized, polluted, city life is city life. So I'm always feeling that our colleagues, those who are in districts and Mufassal areas, as Ramna says, are so-called backward areas or unreachable areas. Wonderful. It can be done, madam. But systematically, design your syllabus in such a way that all 4 skills should be taught and assessed weekly, fortnightly, whatever is convenient to you. And that progress report has to be shown to them. But it is possible. Yes. Anything else?
Nothing, sir. Nothing else. No more questions are there. I think we have to move for technical session 2 because Dr. Joseph Dayak has been waiting. And
yes. I'm sorry, Dr. Joseph, because not my fault. My time I utilized.
Okay, sir.
Thank you so much for Shivaji College, management of Shivaji College, technical team, organizers, principal sir, chairman sir, and the media also. Maybe it will receive the report, and all the participants, India, abroad, for your patient hearing without making me patient. Thank you so much. Over to Dr. Joseph. We are here, Dr. Joseph, eagerly waiting.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much for your such a wonderful and comprehensive session. It was, I think, a multi-dimensional presentation because you covered most of the topic. I mean, that employability skills and other courses and campuses and whatnot. So that is why I think it was a multi-dimensional and very extensive talk, which was very informative and as well as interesting also. And as you said, in rural area, connectivity is the biggest issue. And right now, at this point of time, when we are organizing this international e-conference, we are also facing the same issue because of power outage for last 2 hours. We have been facing power outage for last 2 hours, and that is why most of the members of our college who were connected with for this webinar online, they are now disconnected, and this is the really biggest issue in rural areas. So anyway, we will move forward for the second technical session. And
1 second, sir. 1 second.
I'm just pasting something into the chat window.
Just
I request you
pasting something into the chat
send
window.
it to
I
all the
request you
participants.
to
This link
they have to open and fill up, sir,
because it is multidisciplinary. Welcome, Dr. Joseph. Just look at the link, sir, and forward it to your whatever groups you have. I request all the faculty members, all the
I'll do it later. Yeah.
Everyone. I mean, it's a request to all. Welcome, Dr. Joseph. Over to you, please. Thank you so much.
Thanks, brother. Great.
Welcome. Thanks for coming online.
Sir, just for 2 minutes, Dr. Joseph, sir, just hold on. Let me introduce you because you have been new for our 965 Indian native participants. So I must introduce you. Dr. Joseph Dayak.
All are online, sir? All are online?
Sir.
I don't see online and online.
965 is the figure of participant who had registered actually right now. But they are watching on YouTube live. Okay.
Wonderful.
So
Great.
Dr. Joseph Dayak is a faculty in St. Paul University, Philippines. Since October 2019, he has been working there. His educational background is also from that Philippines, master's degree as well as PhD also he completed from Philippines, that is Cagayan State University. He has a lot of achievements. He was recipient of TESOL Arabia's Dr. Lisa Barlow Memorial Traveling Grant. He was selected as an outstanding paper presenter in 2012, 2011, 2010 also for his dissertation also. And then he was selected as a Cagayan Provincial Government Scholar from 2001 to 2004. His experience in the field of teaching and research is very vast one. As a professional teacher also he worked, career service professional also he worked, and he worked with various certification courses also. He has been co-editor-in-chief, as well as he was a member of college research committee, member of website news editor committee, and his publications are also too many. A lot of research papers he has published in international journals. In short, this I will tell you, he published 8 research papers in international journals. He has been a member of 5 professional organizations in Philippines, 19 various institutions and colleges in Oman. He has done academic presentations, and as a resource person, as a speaker, he has delivered lecture in more than 40 seminar and conferences organized in various countries. Yeah, in various countries he worked as a resource person. So such a scholar, such a scholarly person and such a resourceful person, Dr. Joseph Dayag is with us. On behalf of college, I wholeheartedly, from the bottom of my heart, I welcome you, Dr. Joseph Dayag, sir, and I request you to proceed for your presentation. Hello.
Yes. Good
Yes, sir.
afternoon.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Let me share the screen first.
Okay, sir.
Are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Is it audible?
Yes, sir. You
Yes.
are audible.
Great.
And your screen is also visible. Proceed.
Yes. Good afternoon from the majestic valley of Cagayan here in the Philippines.
Yes, sir.
My felicitations and profound thanks to Sri Shivaji Arts, Commerce and Science College for spearheading this timely and relevant conference. Of course, I also would like to thank the organizers led by Dr. Warkad and all the people behind the scene for making this a success. Of course, I'd like to thank and welcome all the participants for your support. I have titled my presentation, Significant Seas of Online Teaching in the New Normal, because I intended it to be more encompassing. What are we going to dwell on? COVID-19 has transformed our academic milieu. Definitely, we are ushered into the more promising world of online learning and teaching. And for us, passionate and committed teachers, we have no other choice but to adapt to the new normal. In doing so, we have to accept and consider all the realities of our students, especially those who come from rural areas, the underprivileged ones. So let's begin. In this presentation, I will discuss each problem along with the possible solutions. And please be open-minded. The first problem is weak internet connectivity. We all know that some students in rural areas or from rural areas do not have internet connection, while others have unstable internet access. And so, how can we address this? First, we have to prepare learner-friendly modules or instructional materials. Because whether we like it or not, there will always be students who cannot afford smartphones and laptops. And so we have to be more compassionate with our students. We have to understand the plight of our poor students who don't have smartphone or laptop. We have to provide them user-friendly modules and instructional materials that they can study at the comfort of their homes during their free time. Another possible solution is to upload videos of lessons in our virtual classrooms. I'll explain more on that later on. We have to bear in mind, fellow educators, that interested students will find a way to learn their lessons as long as they have the course syllabus along with the user-friendly learning materials, even if they don't have internet connection, even if their internet connectivity is weak. Of course, we do need to understand that as compassionate professionals, we should provide students with learning modules, reading materials, etc., as some of our students in rural areas have unstable access to the internet, or worse, some of them do not have access to the internet. Another problem that I perceive in online teaching and learning is lack of face-to-face collaboration and interaction. Well, definitely, we have to encourage interaction and collaboration, right? We cannot simply focus on independent learning or pair work. We have to vary our activities in our classes. Is it possible? Well, yes, definitely. We use our creativity. How? Well, we can empower students to collaborate through WhatsApp, Skype, Viber, etc. For example, they can vlog on the same topic. We did this in Oman, in the Sultanate of Oman. Students used WhatsApp or Viber, and they worked together. They shared their videos, and in groups, they collected these videos and came up with very fascinating outputs. We just need to be optimistic. Let students use their creativity. For example, you can let students collaborate with one another, by just recording their video clip of video calls. In that way, you can maybe tell them to just speak English exclusively. In that way, you can provide an opportunity for them to use the language. We have to bear in mind that language and literature are best learned and appreciated when we awaken the child in us. Activity and freely explore meanings and language structures. Our students will better appreciate literature, particularly if we let them interpret poems, for example, using their multiple intelligences. Maybe others can interpret a poem through a dance. Another would interpret a poem through a song, and so on and so forth. Another problem is dishonesty among students. Of course, in our classes, some students tend to become dishonest. We do understand that. That's why we teachers are there to guide them, right? So, how can we address this? We have to provide open-ended questions. In that way, we can easily see and observe those who have similar responses. Another is to inform students whenever you see similarities in their outputs. Well, if you do that, you deter your students to compare their outputs. You also need to conduct online assessment sessions to check the progress of your students. If it's possible, of course, yes, a caveat. If it's not possible, then especially this new normal, we have to find a way. Maybe you can schedule a particular day where you can meet 1 or 2 of your students at a separate time. Another problem is, of course, this dishonesty among students. Still, we have to encourage the submission of drafts of compositions, paragraphs, poems, etc. We should not encourage them to focus on the products, on outputs. We have to encourage them to enjoy the journey, to enjoy the process of writing essays. Poems, for example, if you ask them to write a bio poem, let them submit their drafts. Let them improve their drafts until such time that you see improvement, enhancement in their poetry. Another remedy is to require audio or video recording of their creative performance tasks. For example, you can let them declaim. You can let them recite a poem. You can let them sing. Definitely, there are many other things that you can do if you are open to creative tasks. We have to bear in mind, fellow educators, that teachers ought to inform students whenever they sense that cheating or comparing of answers take place. In a way, it will deter them to depend on one another. We can't really stop resourceful and cunning students from collaborating with their classmates. Definitely, right? We love interaction, but we have to make sure that when they interact, they have integrity, they have honesty. We can always underscore the importance of both. Another problem is checking of numerous outputs. Virtual classroom, or maybe if they submit to you in your college at the same time, or if they don't submit promptly, then definitely the outputs of your students would pile up, and it would be very difficult for you to mark papers, to provide feedback. And so what's the remedy? You have to check outputs regularly. In that way, your outputs, the outputs rather of your students won't pile up. Of course, you have to remind them to submit their outputs on time. We have to give due consideration though to those students from the rural areas. If they cannot submit online, then definitely tell them to submit on site. Let them submit in bulk. For example, if your students come from a far-flung area in Maharashtra, or here in the Philippines, if my students come from Marabura, Alcala, it's quite far. Definitely, I would let them compile their work through a portfolio. They can come up with a language and literature portfolio that they can submit at the end of the semester, that they can show me during the semester, so that definitely I can see their academic progress. I can follow up their academic progress. For you as a teacher, you can organize student submissions by putting videos together, audios together, essays together, and so on. For students, definitely, when they come up with portfolios, they do organize their outputs. Another is be patient and generous in giving compliments. We have to understand that our students who come from rural areas encounter difficulties, challenges, just to attend our online classes if they can. So we have to be compassionate with them, understand that sometimes they cannot join your classes. It happened to me in my MA classes last May, here in the Philippines. Some of my MA students, teachers, did not join my class. Why? Well, they have laptops, but they don't have internet access. And so I was compassionate with them. I gave them modules, and they were required to submit reflection papers and other requirements during their particular free time. We have to bear in mind that efficient teachers work smarter, not harder than the inefficient ones. We should manage our time effectively. We have to work smarter. The last problem that I perceived in terms of online learning and teaching is difficulty to communicate with students. Yeah, definitely. One of the speakers earlier mentioned that some students do not have their smartphone or laptop. Well, definitely. It's really an issue. You cannot communicate with those students. But can you do something in order to reach out to these underprivileged students? Definitely. Through other modes. Maybe one student from Maharashtra can communicate with the other students from Maharashtra who are nearby, especially those or laptops. We have to inform others. We have to make them responsible citizens. Another is to create a virtual learning environment. I'll delve on this in a while. Your school need to pay for it. Definitely not at all times. To make it simpler, virtual learning environment is a classroom on the cloud. It is your classroom where your students can find your materials, the video clips, the audio clips, the homework, the projects that you share in your online classroom. VLEs are created in Moodle, Edmodo, Skype, Schoology, Dr. Kalyan mentioned Swayam, and any other platforms. But for me, I suggest that you take those platforms rather that are free. When I was in Oman, I used Edmodo. And definitely I can say that it's very effective. My students reach out to me in any way they like through the online classroom. They may raise queries. They may share suggestions and others through Edmodo. In schools, I know that they use Moodle, Schoology, Skype. Last summer, I used Skype in my MA classes. Was it okay? Yes. So definitely, I suggest that you use the two because based on my experience, these are very effective. We have to remember, dear fellow teachers, that VLEs may allow us to construct some tests that would be automatically marked. Sometimes, if you complain of having no time for your family, well, you have to vary your form of assessment. For example, if your test is just about subject-verb agreement, then you can give an objective type of test that would be automatically marked by the VLE. In that way, you can save time. We need to remember that with carefully designed VLEs, students can enjoy collaboration, communication, and learning at their own pace, whereas the teacher can easily foster learner autonomy and kindle students' love for learning. What are the helpful tips on creating your virtual learning environment? First, you have to make the VLE attractive by putting familiar icons, images related to language and literature. You know that students love graphics. Second, upload copies of instructional materials like modules, PowerPoint presentations, and handouts regularly. Remember, your virtual classroom is on the cloud. It's there 24/7. So sometimes students from rural areas would go to the places where there's strong internet connection. So they can download those videos, those materials, and read those or watch those during their free time at the comfort of their home. Another tip is to share links of audios and or videos of lessons to leverage the power of blended learning. We do know that it's really impossible, I tell you, to conduct online teaching and learning exclusively, especially if we have students from the rural areas or who live in rural areas. So what do? We share these audios and videos so that when some of their classmates download these materials, they can invite their underprivileged classmates to watch those videos with them. Encourage sharing. Another is to encourage students to interact with one another, to send messages in English, raise questions, and request for clarifications exclusively in English. Mind you, I told you earlier that in Oman, I required my students to send their messages in Edmodo, in our virtual classroom. And even the introvert students, even the quiet students, raised queries, shared clarifications freely. Because definitely, they are encouraged to do so. I didn't mind if they had grammatical flaws, no big deal, because I wanted them to really develop first their confidence in speaking the language, in using the target language. Another is to conduct alternative forms of assessment like portfolio and poem recitation. For example, in one of our classes, when I was in college, I remember with Loida Calonia of Cagayan State University, as she was, of course, a teacher trainee from Australia. She introduced portfolio to us. And until now, maybe more than 15 years ago, I still have the portfolio and I still enjoy looking at the portfolio where we wrote short stories, poems, reaction papers, bio poems, essays, and many others, even advertisements. Well, I enjoyed the process. I enjoyed the journey. It's not a matter of focusing on the product. It's also a matter of enjoying the activity, the process. Another tip for creating virtual learning environments is to remind students of their homework or project and follow these up when you visit your virtual classroom. in your classes, definitely you can remind them, right? During your on-site classes. But right now, in the new normal, we are encouraged not to go to school. We are encouraged to conduct online classes. So how do you remind them of their obligations as students? Well, it's so easy. Remind them through your post on your virtual classroom. Another tip is to encourage students to turn in or submit their work on time. Remember, I discussed early one of the problems that some teachers have students' outputs piling up. So it's difficult for them to mark papers. So as teachers, you have to develop the culture of prompt submission in your classes. Encourage your students to submit their work on time. However, do not chastise your students. Do not punish your students from rural areas if they cannot submit their work on time. Just be compassionate. Commend students who actively participate in the VLEs. Always encourage them, fellow educators. Numerous researches have ascertained that positive motivation goes a long way in making learning and teaching English effective. Another tip is to let students revise and resubmit their homework or project if they have submitted outputs of poor quality. Do not just admit, do not just accept, rather, outputs from students that are not of quality. Encourage them to revise. Encourage them to enjoy the process, especially for essays. You do know, you can sense if your students did not draft, revise, and refine their essays. So if you know, if you sense that their essay is haphazardly written, then remind them tactfully to revise, to refine their essay. Third to the last tip, conduct online polls to let students feel that their opinion and insights are taken into consideration. You know, you have to vary your way of interacting with your students. Creating online polls would, of course, give variety to your collaboration, interaction, communication in your classes. For example, if you ask them to, say, interpret a poem, you can give a poll asking them what do they prefer. Dance interpretation, A. B, yeah, song interpretation. C, sketches, yeah, of their understanding of the poem. And D, yeah, pantomime of their understanding of the poem, or dramatization would be E, and so on. It's up to you. Another tip is to let students do some collaborative homework or group projects. I mentioned earlier the recording of video calls. That's one example. The last tip is to encourage students to share great quotes, informative articles, or links to awesome YouTube videos related to the lessons. We encourage collaboration, right? As we do so, we have to encourage our students to share what they have. Sometimes they encounter a YouTube video about your topic, say in literature. For example, The Road Not Taken. Maybe they are inspired by that video. And so let them share the video so that their classmates would be inspired as well. So just a caveat for all of us. whether you have created your VLEs to promote learner independence or to effectively reach out to your language and literature students, you certainly need to go the extra mile. If you're not passionate, if you're not committed, if you're not diligent, creating VLEs is not for you. You do need to go the extra mile. You share your time, my friend. We have to remember that making our VLEs engaging would help us to inspire in our students a genuine love for learning. So, to wrap it up, the new normal has really compelled us to enter the world, the more promising world of online learning and teaching. We don't have any other choice, especially here in the Philippines, where we are urged to conduct online classes. What do? Should we just wait for the normal to come back? Well, we don't know when will it come back, right? The new normal is here. So whether we like it or not, we have to adapt to the new norms. We have to adapt to the new normal. And definitely, we can make a difference if we teach online effectively and we create interactive virtual learning environments. In the new normal, teachers, we, passionate and committed teachers, should communicate with our students the significance of adapting to the new normal. We should not be pessimistic. We need to create opportunities for students to learn unconventionally, either through online learning or blended learning approach. Students must be encouraged to collaborate with their classmates. Teachers are urged to collaborate with their fellow teachers. We can share our materials with one another. We should not be selfish. There's no place for selfishness right now in the new normal. We have to be generous. We must comfort and encourage our students in and from rural areas to excel in their studies. Mind you, some students cannot afford to have smartphones, cannot afford to have laptops. So some of them, especially those who have initiative, just visit their friends and watch videos of our lessons with their friends. So encourage them, comfort them for their difficulties. Remind them that their initiatives will go a long way in online teaching and learning. Teachers must commend their students for their academic progress, regardless of their level of academic achievement. We have to commend them. Right? We have to commend our students as long as they do their part, as long as they show interest in their learning, then definitely you have to commend them tactfully. Educators must celebrate their students' accomplishments. If they submitted their portfolio, commend them, celebrate with them. Because definitely, when they did their portfolio, they exerted effort. They spent some time to do that portfolio, especially if you gave them feedback. And after giving them feedback, they enhanced, they refined their portfolio. So thank you very much. I hope that in this new normal, we do our part as committed and passionate teachers. We don't have other choice but to adapt to the new norms that we have at the moment, and we can make a difference. Let's have a winning, positive mindset. Thank you very much. Here are my references. If you want to cite this, you can see here. This particular reference now. So your queries, suggestions, and clarifications are welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Dr. Sanjay, the floor is open now for questions, suggestions, comments, clarifications.
I think, excuse me, Doc, thank you so much. I think in YouTube also some are typing their questions, YouTube live, and in the chat window also some are submitting. Kindly
Sure.
let us take up
Let
some
me
questions.
tell my director, my consultant.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's take up some questions.
Yeah, go on. Yeah. My director is reading one of the questions. Is it possible to explore? Where is that? Digital knowledge in rural areas without financial help to the rural students? Yes, definitely it's possible. Let students share with one another. I'm sure not all the students in rural areas are poor, are impoverished. Some of them have laptops. Some of them have internet connection. Some of them can afford, right? So if their internet connection is not stable, maybe they can go to another place where there's a strong internet connection and they can work together. Of course, observing social distancing, right? Other questions? Of course, my friend,
I received a
or
question.
this educator who raised the question, it's more than welcome if there's financial help. No? If the billionaires in India can provide laptops, computers, internet access to all the people there, to all the underprivileged students, then I salute these billionaires. You are more than welcome to provide these material needs that we need in the new normal. If the government can do it, why not? In the Philippines, they are trying to help the underprivileged students. Right now, I commend the government of the Philippines for trying to provide laptops or computers to teachers. That's what I heard. That's what I read. I hope that their plans would materialize. In other countries, I know this is not an issue. For example, in Oman, students receive allowances. Students can afford laptops, smartphones, but their only issue is internet connection. So still, my friends, collaboration and sharing is important, or are important, wherever you are. Because those students who don't have stable internet connection can visit their friends. Yeah? Or maybe visit their friends just to get the downloaded videos that they can watch at the comfort of their homes. Yeah? For those students, well, please observe social distancing. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, here I
Questions?
would like to add something, Dr. Joseph.
Yeah. Go on, my
Add
friend,
something.
Dr. Kalyan.
Yeah. Yes, yes. I just want to add that in the rural areas where there are people unable to afford for smartphone or laptops, the corporates, big corporates and multi-billionaires, NGOs, they can give access to internet and if possible donate some smartphones or lower version phones, whatever possible, instead of spending on concrete jungles or something else. I think some fund can be devoted for rural areas and many helping hands can approach them. That is one. And I got one more question here from
Yeah,
Oman.
go on, my friend.
Yeah, in UGC, why our UGC is not thinking of bifurcating English literature and ELT separately? That is a question. As all of you know, University Grants Commission, long back it has decided. You see, MA English should have some literature, modern British literature, American literature, ELT, phonetics, and linguistics. That was a decision by the government. Now it is opening up, thanks to National Education Policy 2020. It is opening up. I think things will be okay. So whether it is ELT or literature, as teachers and faculty administrators, we should understand that it is one and same. A higher degree of language may go into literature. So even if we do not have bifurcation, the recruiting agencies, the various governments should understand these differences, and they should, I mean,
Yes.
give
Dr.
equal
Kalyan.
importance to any. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
insightful.
doctor.
Definitely.
Yes.
In our context, definitely we make use of literature as a springboard in teaching language. Of
Yes,
course, we
that is
make use
required.
of other materials, but definitely literature is one of the best materials that we can use in our language
But in
classes, right?
but in some countries, it is not even given priority. You see, there is no talking of literature.
फीडबैक और एंकरिंग का फीडबैक नहीं उसी में जोड़ा एक क्वेश्चन है ना जिसमें
Chendi sir, I think you can take up questions from that Q&A or chat box if there are any.
Sir, right now at this moment, I am very sorry to say our Q&A is not working actually in our
No
area.
problem.
From 1:30 power outage is there, and this
Oh.
power outage will be up to 5:30.
Oh,
So
my goodness. Still
lot
it
of
is going on. I appreciate.
complications we have been facing as we were discussing during the entire conference that poor connectivity of internet is the biggest issue that students and teachers have to face in the rural area. And on this day of conference itself, we have been facing this issue. So we may not be in a position to have more questions and answers. So we'll
Sure.
move forward. Thank you
So
so much.
keep the window open, sir, because some will be answering your feedback and some will be answering our questionnaire also. So keep the chat window open.
Okay, chat window is open, sir. So thank you so much, Dr. Joseph Dyer.
Welcome, doctor.
For accepting
It's
our
my pleasure.
invitation and for being with us. And it was really a very wonderful session. I must say that it was very lucid with complete clarity of delivery. I mean, I was having a little bit doubt that whether there would be a problem of pronunciation or understanding for the Indian or native learners or something like that. But it was not like that. It was full of complete, absolute clarity was there. And during your presentation, you have spoken on how can teachers and students in rural area can proceed for making of teaching learning process effective, and lot of practical suggestions with positivity, complete positivity, lot of practical suggestions we have given in your presentation. So we are really thankful to you for being with us and for accepting our invitation. So we are moving to the next part, that is sum up session is there. A brief summing up will be done by Dr. Arvind Navle, sir. So Dr. Arvind Navle has been working as the head of the Department of English in Shivaji Mahavidyalaya Udgir, which is affiliated to SRTM Nanded University in Maharashtra. And he's also very resourceful scholar and he also works as a resource person in various conferences and seminars. He has authored 47 books, single authored 47 books. Dr. Arvind Navale has authored. He has some 4 co-edited texts are there, 8 textbook for university syllabus, and 35 critical books and anthologies he has edited. Out of 41 books, near 25 books are subscribed by the world's 150 plus renowned overseas libraries, including USA, UK, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, Australia, Germany, France, Canada, and so on. So such a wonderful resource person is with us, but we are very sorry that because of time restraint, we may not be in a position to give much time to Dr. Arvind Navale, sir. But definitely in future, we will call him back for one more session as a resource person, separate resource person for one separate session. So may I request Dr. Arvind Navale, sir, to sum up these 2 sessions. Over to Dr. Arvind Navale, sir. Sir, please unmute yourself. Unmute, sir. You are mute now. Navale, sir. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
I hope I am audible as well as visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely.
The organizing team of this e-conference on problems and remedies of online teaching of English language and literature in rural areas. Dr. S.M. Warkad, principal of Shivaji College, Rajura, good friend of mine. Convenience, Mr. S. Venkatramana and Mr. S. N. Sande. Keynote speaker and very good friend of mine, Professor Dr. Rajabhu Bedre, Director, UGC, HRDC, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur, University, Sagar, Dr. Evle, the panelist and the speaker of this session, Dr. Chakravarti Tirunagiri and Dr. Joseph Dayag from Philippines, and the esteemed participants and viewers. A very good afternoon to one and all. I listened to both sessions and also went through some chat post questions and some statements made here in this discourse, which can be put in a nutshell as the face-to-face teaching or learning cannot be replaced with online remote teaching or learning, as well as will not yield expected results or outcomes. I strongly agree with these, and I am also of the same opinion, no doubt. However, it seems that teachers as well as students who are teaching, learning through traditional mode till date are afraid of with the sudden shift to online education and increase the demand to maintain excellence in e-learning environments, thinking that there is no escape from it and they have to continue it permanently, and are in bitter confusion that what will happen of education, what will happen with its quality, what will happen with their profession, what would be the future of the students, and a host of like issues. Here in this regard, I would like to minimize your confusion by differentiating between regular online mode teaching learning and emergency based remote teaching learning. The regular online mode teaching is being imparted through well-equipped studios and labs of the colleges and university or the institutions by equally trained teachers, and students voluntarily opt it. We have to give emphasis here today on an emergency-based remote teaching learning through PCs, laptops, tabs, or Android mobile phones that we are practicing in this lockdown under the government policy of work from home, which is not voluntarily opted by students or a teacher, but is imposed by the corona pandemic, and where we have no option than this to meet and cope up with present situation. Hence, what I think that what and where today we have to give prominence in discussion is problems and remedies of such emergency-based remote teaching, which is caused due to the COVID-19 outbreak, as it is not possible for either of us to conduct or attend classes in traditional mode. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, schools, universities, and colleges have closed worldwide, affecting around 98 of the world's teacher-student population. There is no alternative for us to opt online mode till to the coming back of the normalcy, when everything will be all right, when we again will join our normal schedule, when airports, railways, and metro stations and bus stops will be full of passengers. Looking at increasing order in the graph of COVID-19 positive cases everywhere, we can't answer this question. Today morning, when I was watching news on TV, I found that largest record breaking COVID positive cases were recorded yesterday. That's why when the normalcy will restore is not certain. The restrictions like lockdown and social distancing are not allowing us to go colleges and university. Only this is the reality. Just 4 months before, none of us would have thought or imagined that in the 20th century, where progress in medical science has helped to transform healthcare and prolong our lives, where it has extended its wings so far and sought out remedies of almost all problems of human healthcare till a mere virus can alter our entire life and disturb our lifestyle. We all are in mental dilemmas. We don't know about what is happening, and what the next will happen is equally doubtful. Until now, it is clear that we have to build up strategies to cope up with this virus and this pandemic. We have to enter in a new world. Here, adaptation is the key to success. The old proverb, survival of the fittest, will shift to survival of the quickest, because whoever will quickly adapt the new systems, new techniques, would only exist properly. As this pandemic has imposed on us the need to redefine our lifestyle, it also imposed on us a need to redefine our resources, mode of our educational deliveries. Now onward, even though we are not interested, we have not only to think about online teaching learning, but also to be well equipped, well versed in different online tools, techniques, and resources, as there is no alternative. We have to change this chaotic situation into an opportunity. We know very well that all of us are suddenly pushed into this unfamiliar mode of teaching by this global pandemic. And what I think that we have to present ourselves as all living gurus. We should have to adopt new educational technologies to meet the desired goals of teaching learning in this situation of crisis. And there is no alternative for it, what I think. So we live in a global world where our existence depends now on our knowledge of using English as well as technology. Thus, getting well versed in English along with technology is need of the present time. And it seems this coronavirus made it mandatory for us. While this does not pose a problem in metropolitan cities and towns, people in rural areas would face some problems, as there is still a major chunk of civilization devoid of the development in terms of language and technology. We have to use different online teaching aids and how to discover ways of how our pedagogical styles along with techniques may work wonders in our teaching in this time. Leave the bygone days, leave the term sage on stage, leave the term chat and talk. These are outdated now. Things have changed today. With the advances and the expectations of the world, today we need to have specialized teachers in every subject, even in rural area. This is because of the increased level of competition and the anxiety to survive and sustain in a fast-changing world. The importance of English teaching and learning has become manifold now. As regards English teacher, our roles are not confined now only to a hard task masters or the chat and talk or the sage on the stage, but we are supposed and expected to be felicitator, trainers, counselors, managers, and guides of the students. English teachers teaching in rural area often face the non-availability of required technical support and relevant atmosphere to teach English effectively. That's why we find English teaching and learning in rural India is still bleak. In reality, the reasons for this dreary atmosphere are the rural areas lack proper MBS and affordability which cater to the changing need and expectations. In addition, the paying capacities of people in rural area also add to the melody of learners. Moreover, undeniably, in many Indian states, English language teaching is confined to the verbal rendering of lessons in regional languages, helping learners to understand the content and not the structural sides of the language. Most of rural populace depends on agriculture and limited income, which make them unaffordable and hence deprived from the quality education. Both parents and students emphasize simply on passing examinations just to climb the ladder of a higher class. As a result, students continue to carry the lapses of English throughout their lives. It is here that the role of innovative teachers become quite essential. An effective teacher having technical knowledge can prove himself as a tool in transformation of students even in such types of pandemic times. Teachers as well as students from the rural area do not get the appropriate atmosphere and infrastructure which is required for online or remote mode teaching learning. As detailed by Dr. Joseph Dayag, the significance of C's like communication, commitment, collaboration, and so on, that lacks in rural area. Lack of proper infrastructure, power cuts, unstable net connectivity, inadequate teaching staff with technical deficiencies, limited resources, unaffordability. These are some of the problems of online mode of teaching of English language or literature or any subject in rural areas. More, online courses require good time management skills. Online courses make you more dependent on tools and techniques, or net and other things. Along with this, students are accessing laptops or mobile screens for more time. The parents are worried about the ill effects of their exposure to the screen for many hours. They are expected to write notes from the WhatsApp screen. These things are also adding to the mess of online teaching learning in the rural areas. How do we tackle these things is a problem. However, in this pandemic and prolonged lockdown, we must find the remedies to overcome the problems of teaching English to the rural students. Technology, which nowadays is uniting force, can help in facing these challenges. These challenges have to be transformed into reality. If remedies are implemented in the appropriate manner, the obstacles in the online teaching learning English will be removed. The university and college authorities should provide infrastructure needed for online teaching to all teachers. Even the government too should develop and provide educational tabs, specially created affordable internet plans to bona fide and economically weaker socially background class students. It will not only help but inspire the rural students to learn English effectively. The teaching and learning process will become a matter of enjoyment and happiness for both teachers and the learners. To my observation, even rural students are very interestingly using technology. The spreading hands of technology in their day-to-day lives have enabled them to compete with others. The computers, tabs, Android cell phones, and innumerable gadgets have made them more enthusiastic and interesting. I have seen them using it. There are some very good online platforms which are either free or affordable even to the rural students and teachers. For example, Google, YouTube, where we will get everything. The rural students are also found using Skype, which is a video conferencing software which lets you speak face to face with your peers, even Dropbox, which is used to share documents with your groups and keep work in one place using the file hosting service. Let us have a look at how technology can facilitate online, that is remote mode teaching English in even rural areas. One cannot guarantee 100% success of this type of teaching English through technology, yet we can reach to our desired goals through technology, as we have no option to online mode of teaching in this pandemic. Google Classroom, Zoom, Google Meet, WebEx, GeoMeet are some of the easily available, affordable, and probably free and usable technological platforms, resources that we can use for online teaching. Google Classroom allows you to create your virtual class with your students. The Zoom, Google Meet, WebEx, GeoMeet, WhatsApp, Telegram groups help you connect with your students or classes. A computer, laptop, or even a smart mobile phone can facilitate online teaching learning in a rural area. Now, the efficiency of these devices depends on the creativity and desire of teachers. A technical savvy teacher can also encourage his students to learn English with more enthusiasm to such online modes. The lessons, modules selected for these purposes should be user-friendly, as stated by Dr. Joseph Dayang in his talk, as well as they should be interesting and interactive too, just like group discussion, group assignments, use of related audio, video clips, along with our presentations and the talks. A regular evaluation and feedbacks of students should be supplemented to it. Such exercises can give you wonderful results, though we are not accustomed to online teaching learning. We can make the best of it in this lockdown situation. Such endeavors of teachers can make every classroom, every event cool, and the English teacher will feel a sense of achievement. The YouTube, social networking, and other websites are no more reminder a romantic illusion even to the rural areas. Online teaching of English literature, like plays of Shakespeare, Marlowe, Webster, like poetry of Wordsworth, Shelley, Keats, like essays of Byron, and so on, would be more enjoyable. What I think so. In one sense, I am also of opinion that online teaching is more affordable than traditional one, in one sense. For example, ask the organizing team of this international e-conference how many they spent on this event and how many they saved. What would have been estimated cost of this event, including travel, lodging, food, stage arrangement, printing, etc. The two overseas speakers, 3 state speakers having approximately more than 1,000-kilometer distance, it would have costed more than 2 to 3 lakh rupees to organize this event. But what is actual expenditure? One Zoom Pro plus webinar software package subscription of rupees 4,200, what I think so, in which Dr. Warkar sir has conducted around a dozen of quality events. Even though we minimize it to half, consider 6 events and divide it by 4,200, what would it have been costed? My math is not good, but it should not exceed to 7,000 rupees. But even if it got conducted physically, it would have costed more than 3 lakh. In last month, I have organized one 2-day international conference in my institution with 338 panelists, inviting them from all corners of the globe at cost of only 4,000 to 5,000 only. One more, as it was mentioned by Professor Dr. Bedre sir, and I too know it very well, that how wonderfully he has organized wonderful different courses for faculties under FDPs from his UGC HRDC to online mode so wonderfully. This present too is well organized and seems flawlessly. What is needed to conduct anything online or teach or learn online, I think, is enthusiasm and a dedication. Then whatever the geographical background there may be, whether urban or the rural. As far as rural area is concerned, even mobile phone, which have become common even in rural areas, can work as a remedy to many challenges of such emergency like pandemic. I can't believe that a teacher can't afford laptop, and even that students or parents can't afford Android cell phones. Here, in this context, one point is needed by all of us to consider seriously, that there are primarily two types of online teachings. One is the synchronized online teaching, in which type of teaching a real-time online teaching experience is expected, which includes fixed timetable with time-bound sessions where both the teachers and the students have to be online at a fixed time as per the timetable. And the second type of online teaching is called asynchronous. In this type, courses are not conducted in real time. This means that the engagement between the teacher and the student can occur as per their convenience. Recorded training sessions are the good example of such teaching. The mess of confusion we are facing today is due to that our teaching is not planned. Unplanned online teaching. University is issuing circulars stating online classes should be started from so and so date. The principal has no alternative to follow university orders. He also has to do the same. And teachers are creating WhatsApp groups of last year students. For example, first year students, naming the group as SY online teaching group. Students are also feeling happy to get promoted without result or admissions. And online teaching is going on in full swing as per whims and personal conveniences of teachers. Some students are opting this class and other that as per their whims and personal conveniences. And to be honest with you, this is the true picture of online classes being observed everywhere in our state as far as our UG and PG education is concerned. Then how to come out of it? This is the question. And probably most agreeable answer would be to wait up to the declaration of results and completion of online admission process. Then opt and implement the synchronized type of online or a remote, or you may say teaching from the home. Prepare proper timetable. The government should allow us to adjust workload in such a way that a student should not be imposed to attend more than 4 to 5 classes per day with proper intervals. Teachers should adjust their units in order to cover curricula in such type of timeline. And this is the adjustable above all, and it will last probably till the normalcy of corona outbreak only. I will never say that teaching online is more effective than teaching face to face. I will never dare to say to eliminate the use of textbooks. Instead, rather, I will say that all technical gadgets and tools are mere substitutes of the books. All courses, the substitutes, if adopted properly to make language teaching more relaxed rather than difficult, more friendlier rather than unapproachable, and more creative than the goal-oriented rather than disorganized. Consider this is an emergency-based remote teaching. What I said, would like to repeat. Consider this is an online teaching, but as an emergency-based remote teaching caused due to corona pandemic. Don't deny the fact that visuals speak more than words. Convert these crises, convert these challenges into an opportunity. Make teaching learning more fruitful. Make teaching learning more efficient. Empower your student with knowledge through technology and empower yourself too. Thanks. Thank you, my friend Principal Dr. Warkad sir, and all team members for inviting me. Happy to be part of this international event. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your ideas and for your informative talk. Definitely, we will hear you once more whenever there will be an academic activity like seminar or conference organized by our department in the near future. And thank you all the speakers, and I hope to have same kind of cooperation from all of you. So we are moving to the last part of this e-conference, that is vote of thanks. But before I go for vote of thanks for participant, there is a notice. I must inform the participants that feedback link will be shared soon after the conclusion of this conference, and but the link will be functional for only 1 hour. So be very alert and fill out the feedback within scheduled time. We have posted one PDF document containing a registration number of all the participants. And while filling out the feedback form, you will have to enter your registration number. So kindly check out what is your registration number before filling out that feedback form. So now I request Dr. R.R. Kirani, IQAC member and Vice Principal of our college, to propose vote of thanks for this international e-conference. Sir, unmute karo aap. Unmute yourself, sir.
Vice Principal Kirani sir, unmute. Unmute your microphone.
Unmute. Please unmute yourself, sir. You are not audible. Kirani sir. Hello.
Unmute yourself, sir, please. Your mic is muted. Please unmute it, sir.
Karan sir, आपका mute है sir. Phone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, carry on.
Okay, I am audible?
Yeah, audible, yes. But not visible.
Okay, not visible.
Sir,
now?
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. A very good afternoon to all of you. It gives me an immense pleasure to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of our esteemed institutions for this international e-conference to all dignitaries and participants assembled here online. I, Dr. Rajesh Kherani, Vice Principal of the college, going to present vote of thanks. My special and heartfelt thanks to President of the conference, Dr. Rajesh Shevle sir, Head Department of English, CKT College, New Panvel, Mumbai. He has inaugurated this e-conference, and in his speech, he has put his remarks and discussed on said topic in simple way. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to thank Dr. R.T. Bedri, sir, Director, UGC HRDC, here, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University, Sagar MP. His keynote address has given lots of different remedies of online teachings in rural areas. Sir, you honored this function with your inspirational thoughts. Thank you very much. I would like to further extend and hearty thanks to resource persons and the friends of all of us, Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti sirs, a visiting professor in India and abroad. He has discussed on a various aspects of online learning in his unique style. It was really a productive discussion for all participants. Thank you very much, sir. My deep sense of appreciations and thanks to second resource person, Dr. Joseph Deag, faculty, St. Paul University, Philippines, for his valuable thoughts on the topic in a unique way and aware us on different lacuna and challenges in online learning and training process. Thank you very much, sir. I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Arvind Nevle, sir. He has given his remark as a chairperson of both technical session and guide us well on topic. Thanks, sirs, for giving your valuable time and thoughts. I take this opportunity to specially express my deep regards and gratitude to Sri Sudhakar Rao Kundojua, President of Adarsh Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Rajura, and all respected directors of ASPM for always encouraging us and providing opportunity to organize such event. I would propose my special thanks to our beloved principal, Dr. S.M. Worker, sir, for his vision and commitment towards academic works and its executions. Sir, you have set high benchmark for ourselves and never say die attitude, which help us to do best of best for our institutions. Thanks a lot, sir. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the immense contributions of our dedicated English department led by HOD S. Venkatramana and faculty Mr. Sanjay Shende They have taken all efforts to success this first international e-conference in the history of our institutions and our college, Sri Shivaji Arts, Commerce and Science College. Thanks. Heartfelt thanks to Mr. Sanjay Shende sir for his attractive anchoring. He is the best MOC, means Master of Ceremony of our college. Thank you very much. My thanks to all team members of the event, especially Dr. Mallesh Reddy, IQSC coordinator, Dr. Sarika Sabre, and all organizing and IQSC team members of the college. I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Rahul Deshmukh for all kind of technical support. My deep sense of appreciations and thanks to all participants who have joined this e-conference from every corner of the country and abroad, who choose to be alive with us and attended the conference with great interest and actively registered their views in live chat and made event successful. Thank you very much to all. Hope the same response from your side in future too. Request all to register your feedback within 1 hour, as what the Mr. Sanjay Shende said. After completion of this event, we provide feedback links very soon. Dear friends, in worldwide panic COVID pandemic situations, I request and pray for all of you to stay at home, be safe and take care. The conference ends with national anthem of our loved India. Request all of you to stand up in your place to honor the national anthem. Request once again to all of you, don't recite with me, just listen. Thank you very much. Please stand up all of you for national anthem. Janagana mana adhinayak jaya he, Bharat bhagya vidata. Punjab, Sindh, Gujarat, Maratha, Dravina, Uchala, Vyanga, Vinda, Himachal, Yamuna, Ganga, Ujjala, Jaladi, Taranga. Tava Shubh Name Jage, Tava Shubh Ashish Mange, Gaye Tava Jaya Gatha. जनगण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे भारत माता की
जय भारत माता की जय भारत
thank you once again jay thank you once again to all
Thank you so much everybody. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I am leaving now. Okay, thank you.
sir. Sir, बंद करू का sir? करेन sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Close करू क्या sir?
No. Switch to Sanjay Shende sir.
Okay.
Maybe he has some.
Sanjay sir left हुआ है sir.
Acha, okay. Okay, thanks once again to all on behalf of my college and my institutions. Thank you very much.